Hello everyone and welcome to our class of basic video editing with Filmora for beginners. So if you are planning to learn how to edit videos using Filmora from the beginning, then you are in the right place. If you do not have any prior experience, then it's okay, as we will go through everything to learn as we go. Now, to introduce you, let's take a look at what you will be learning from this course. So at first, you have introduction to Filmora and its interface. Then you have workspace and how to import media into your workspace and into Filmora. Then you have how to trim and split. Then I will show you how you can do transitions, then video effects, then text, then audio editing and transitions, then templates, then color lesson 1, then color lesson 2. These two lessons will be regarding color. Then you have video editing utilities. Then you have titles, and then you have stickers and draw tool. And I will also show you how you can export as well. Then after completion or after completing this course, you will be able to use Filmora for basic purposes, do basic video editing with Filmora, edit audios, make graphic edits, and then make graphic animations. Now do keep this in mind that this is a project-based course. So at the end of all the classes, you will have a class project or multiple class projects that will enable you to actively participate in them to practice or refine what you have learned throughout the entire course. You will be provided with supporting resources, so as you will be provided with supporting resources, so it will become easier to learn as we go. During learning, if you have any queries or any problems, then do feel free to ask me. I will always be available to help if needed. So let us go ahead and get started with our Hello everyone and welcome to our introduction to Filmora lesson. This will be lesson number 1 and it is about the interface. I will show you how you can circumnavigate yourself throughout the interface of Filmora. So as you can see here in Filmora, I have opened up. But before anything else, I have went back and reopened Filmora. So once you have opened Filmora, once you have downloaded and installed Filmora and you open it up, this window will come up. Now here you have the aspect ratio for whichever way that you want to create your new project, and then clicking on the new project over here will allow you to go ahead and create that project depending on the ratio over here. You can open any pre-existing projects through open project over here. You have your profile account over here. You have your transfer center. You have your check for updates, user guide, get the app for free or get Filmora Cloud. And this one over here is your customer service, where you can go ahead and contact the Filmora customer care. Here you have Filmora achievement program. And here you have screen recorder, AI text to video. You have AI text-based editing. You have silent detection. You have avatar presentation, you have AI copywriting, you have instant cutter, you have auto beat sync, you have auto reframe and instant mode. Now, if you were to hover over all of this, you will see what each and every single one of this can do. You have Filmora Cloud over here, then you can activate it to use Filmora Cloud and cloud storage. Then you have Creator Hub, where you can explore what each creators have created in Filmora. And in the local projects over here, you will find all your local projects over here in Filmora. Now I'm just going to go ahead with 16:9 aspect ratio, which is the default widescreen, and then I'm going to go ahead create new project, which will bring us to this window which I have opened before. Now, before anything else, I would want to show you that here in the purchase option, then it will open up this window where it will show you the plan of Filmora. So as you can see, there are some plans of Filmora per year, or you can also have monthly as well. As you can see, you can pay for these kinds of Filmora assets, where if you use the full version of Filmora, you will have the $20 per month usage, as you can see. And this is currently the offer going on. And if once you buy it, then you can keep. And once you buy the Filmora full version, this will be available to you. Then you have the cross-platform plan, where you will have these options and these advantages and utilities available to you. And for the perpetual plan, as you can see, you have these options as well. So I'm just going to close all of this and go back. Then after purchasing, as you can see in this window, if you were to refresh, this will pop up. Now here in Filmora, you have many aspects. So here underneath file, you can create a new project. From here, you can open a project. You can open any recent projects over here, as you can see. You can import your media from this place. You can record your media. You can save your project. You can save your project as. You can archive your project. You can also save your project as a template. You can render your preview using this. You can delete preview. Then you can adjust your project settings over here, as you can see. Then you can also change your project backups as well. You can change your preferences. So underneath preferences here, you will see your Filmora options. And then keyboard shortcuts here. Once you select that, you can change whatever keyboard shortcuts you need to change in order to customize your experience using Filmora. Then you have return to startup window, where this window will come up over here. So if I were to go ahead and create new project over here again, this will come up, and you can go back to return to startup window to go back to that startup window. Then you have edit. So any kind of clips you have, you can select that, and you can go to edit over here and change however you want to edit it. You can undo, redo, cut, copy, paste, duplicate, delete, ripple, delete, close gap, select all, deselect all. Then you have effects and filter over here as well. Under tools here, you can select all the text. You can you can access the tools for video, audio, color, animation, speed. You can also split and trim. You also have the options for splitting and trimming here as well. You have auto synchronization, create proxy files, scene detection, auto beat sync, auto reframe, AI vocal remover, AI text-based editing. You have silent detection, beat options, speech to text. Then underneath view here, you have your layout mode. So this is basically the workspace, which I'll be going on later on. You have play, pause, stop, playback quality. You have zoom level. You have save zones. You can see the save zones. You can align. You can go to some frames and markers and clips to move around. You can clear in and out. So you can select any frame over here, and then like let's say you can select that in and select an out, and you can go ahead to clear that in and out as well. You can compare color before and after. You can enable canvas snapping or disable it by clicking on it again. You can select video scopes to see the scopes of those videos. You can have rulers and guides as well. And underneath help here, you have the walkthrough for Filmora, you have user guide, you have video tutorials, you have help center, suggest a feature, about Wondershare ID. So this will be about your ID. Then activate Wondershare Filmora. This will be the premium version. Then about, check for updates, release notes, fetch log, network proxy settings, Filmora Instagram, Filmora Facebook. Then get the app for free over here as well. Now, this is the part where you can import. So if you were to click on this, as you can see, if I were to click on this, I can go ahead and import from here. Now this is the part where if I were to select, I can go ahead and import from here. Then this is the media where you have the project media over here. You have a folder over here. So I can go ahead and have this folder over here. I can create a new folder by right clicking, adding a new folder. As you can see, I can also drag it and drop it over there. I can also delete a folder. There you go, by selecting it and pressing the delete button. And then global media as well. You can, as you can see, import media here to use it in multiple projects. So if you have multiple projects on, if you have global media here, and if you have imported your media over here, you can use this media across multiple projects. And a cloud media, anything that you store in your cloud will be shown over here. You have influence kit. Now, as you can see, popular eye-catching 3-second intros, you can create those. You can branch transitions, logo reveal, you can also use those. Then underneath my file over here, you'll find anything that you upload over here. An adjustment layer over here, you can add this adjustment layer into your timeline, which is this segment below over here with that I'm like dragging. This is the timeline. You can go ahead and use those. Then underneath custom over here, you can also have your own custom adjustment layers. Then you can also have your own custom compound clips. Then underneath stock media over here, you'll find any kind of media which is available on the Filmora website and available for you to use from here. So you can import them from here as well. Then the audio as well. And as you can see, underneath mine, you can upload here. Then you have downloaded ones over here. So as you see over here, these are the ones which I downloaded, so I can see them over here. Then you have AI image over here where you can like use the tool to generate AI images, as you can see. And on the library over here, you will also find stock images or stock media which are available for free on Filmora. And for the premium ones, you'll see this icon on top. And underneath audio is basically the same. You'll find anything related to audio for music, sound effect, AI music to generate your own like AI generated music. And you can also find your uploaded sound over here or downloaded sounds over here, as you can see. Then you will see the title segment over here where you find a lot of templates for titles that you can use as intros, outros, or in-betweens or transitions and something like that. Then you have transitions over here, stock transitions, which you can use. So as you can see over here, downloaded ones, I have downloaded these transitions and I can use them in my videos. Then underneath effects over here, you have, as you can see, downloaded effects. These are the effects which I can use on my videos. Then you have recommended over here, trending, where you'll find the recommended to effects for videos and audios alike. So you have audio effects over here. You have overlay type effects, filters, video effects. You have new blue FX, as you can see, essentials, filters, elements, and much more, as you can see over here. So the left side is the before and the right side is the after adding this effect, that is. Then you have boost effects or voice effects over here, as you can see. You have image restoration and a lot of other tools and utilities that you can use. Then filters over here, as you can see over here, explore new filters. So they added new filters, and you can also find the downloaded filters over here. You can also find the basic stock filters or basic mono lifestyle or any kind of filters which are available here for film underneath Filmora, and you can use them on your videos. Then you have stickers over here where you'll find the stickers, and as you can see, these have been loaded, and where you can find the stickers which you can use on any kind of videos you want. And on the templates over here, you will also find templates. Now, considering Filmora and comparing it with other softwares, Filmora is a bit different because it has more uniqueness to it. As you can see, there's a split screen over here. So you can add this to your timeline, and you can add multiple videos inside these split screens to show multiple videos at the same time. So there is a split screen as well. As you can see, there are multiple types of split screens over here. You can also see your downloaded ones over here as well for the split screens. For split screens over here and for templates over here as well. So the templates over here basically shows that these templates contain split screens inside them. That's for the interface, and the workspace of this entire interface is like you have your medias, and anything which you interact with will show up on the top left of this window. This is the player window over here where you can lower down the quality of your entire player over here. You will have your project information on the right side, your timeline at the bottom, and the tools on top of your timeline over on this line over here, as you can see. So that'll be all for the introduction to Filmora and its interface. And I'll be seeing you in our next
Hey there everyone, and welcome back to a Filmora course for basic for beginners. And for this lesson, I'm going to teach you on how you can go ahead and use the workspace, customize it, and also see what is stored in workspaces. So let's go ahead and get started, and I'll also show you how you can go ahead and import your media into Filmora as well. So here, as you can see, I have this. Now previously we have launched the 16:9 widescreen one, right? Let's go for a portrait one now, just to show you how it looks like. Now as you can see, a new message popped up. It's because Filmora probably has updated. So now as you can see, we have our entire project over here. So underneath the view over here, you will find your workspaces or layout mode. So let's say this is by far the default workspace where you can import your media from here. And in media, you can see the preview of your source videos. So in the middle over here, you can see the metadata for your files or media or your project on the right side. And then at the bottom here, we have our timeline, right? So if I were to go to layout mode now, if I were to go to organize, as you can see, it changed. My entire workspace changed. So why did it change? Because in the organized segment over here, it is so that the media segment over here is stretched out vertically, and the timeline is moved to the right side, and our project information panel is cut down in half. Now if you want to customize this, you can go ahead, customize it. You can move around these parts. As you can see, you can move around any of these parts as you see fit. You can also go to view over here. You can go back to default. You can also go back to organize. That is, it will all remain the same. So now let us say that you want to detach your windows over here. When I mean by detach, let's say you have more than one monitor connected to your desktop, you're a video editor, and you want to see every parts, every details, then there's only one way that you can go ahead and do that. It's just by selecting one of these parts and then dragging them and pulling them outside, as you can see. So you can go ahead and drag one of the segments outside like this. I can go ahead and drag each and every one of these segments, as you can see over here. I'll drag out the media one as well. There you go. I can drag out the player one as well. There you go. I can drag out the metadata one as well. I can only drag out one window at a time. As you can see, if I were to drag out, let's say, my timeline over here, okay? Now if I were to put my timeline, let's say right over here, right? Let's say I put my timeline right over here. Now I want to drag my metadata out or my media out. As you can see, my timeline got detached back into Filmora. So it's not that much possible. So the only way that this is possible, if you go to like view, layer mode, and dual, if you have multiple monitors, that is, then you have timeline where it will focus on the timeline. As you can see, the media is as it was before. The project information panel is as it was before. What changed was the timeline. The timeline got extended further out so that you can focus on the timeline more. Now if I go to view again, and as you can see, you can change it to short video as well over here, where you'll see that you'll see the video format on the right side. Why? The short video here is representing to mostly vertical videos that you can see as Instagram stories, YouTube shorts. Those are short videos, right? So hence the verticality here. Then you have the classic over here where no metadata will be shown, and all of this is available as it is. Now I'm going to be using classic or default as most of the time, like workspaces for our entire course, because I think like those are very simple and those are very straightforward, and you have all the information that you need, and then the front, you do not need like excess information of like the projects and stuff like that. So now let us move forward and see how you can import your media into Filmora. So the very simple or simplest way that you can go ahead and import anything into Filmora is by first going to your media segment over here. Now it can vary from media to media. You can have your stock media over here. You can import like from their website or from their site, and you can import locally as well. To start off, let's go with locally. As you can see underneath project main over here, under folder, just select this folder. This folder will be here by default, and you can upload into this folder. So once you click on import anything, as you can see, these are the videos that are going to come up. And I've already downloaded some videos or resource files for videos that I'm going to be using to show examples and teachings in our entire course. So let's say I use this, and it's going to go ahead and import it. Now I can drag and drop it over here. As you can see, I'm going to match it, the project, to the media over here, and we can see it in our player in the right side. So there you go. Now we have imported our media over here. Now if I go to stock media over here, I could also go ahead and like drag and drop it over here like this as well. That will be our stock media, and that will be how we can import from their website as well, as you can see over here. Now let's say you want to import audio as well. Same case with audio, you can go over here and you can drag and drop the audio to the timeline as well. Now under media here, you can import videos, you can import images, you can import audio. It doesn't necessarily need to be only videos, so you can import all of them together. So you have the media over here, you have stock media, you have audio, you have titles as well. As you can see underneath mine over here, underneath custom over here, you can go ahead, like as you can see, there is no custom title. You can save your title as custom in the advanced settings page, which I'll be showing you. In case for any kind of effects or titles or any kind of text or tools that you might be using, you cannot import any files separately, but you need to create them separately here in Filmora and save them as well. So the only things that you can import right now are for the media, video, audio, and image file and raw file. And for like stock media, audio, you can go ahead and drag them and drop them in your timeline. Same case for templates over here. When I go to templates, any kind of templates that come up or show up over here, I can just click and drag them inside my timeline. So if I go to click and drag it, as you can see, that will be placed inside my timeline, and it's going to get downloaded from their site or from their server and be pasted onto my timeline, even if you don't like download it, that is, because once you drag it, it's going to be needed for editing, right? So they're going to ping their server, and the necessary files will start to download afterwards. As you can see over here, we have this entire graphic animation over here. And you can edit this if you want to as well. Click to replace media, and this is basically the advanced settings page, which the notification beforehand was telling you about. So I'm going to go ahead and delete them. So that's it basically on how the workspaces work, how you can circumnavigate through the workspace, how you can change the workspace, and how you can customize the workspace depending on your own perspective. And then we learned about importing, where I showed you how you can go ahead and import media from your local storage, and also how to import media from online through their site inside the software. So that will be all for this lesson, and I hope that this was very educational for you, and I will be seeing you in our next. Hey everyone, and welcome back to our course for basic Filmora. And I'm going to teach you on how you can go and do trimming and splitting in any kind of project. So without further wasting any more time, let's go ahead and get started with our lesson. So as you can see over here, I have created a new project and named it how to trim and split. Now I will just play the video so that you see what is happening for this entire timeline clip over here. So it's just two clips intertwined with each other. I cut them and I trim them down and place them right by each other. And then I'm going to show you how you can do it too. So as you can see, that is done. Now I'm going to go ahead and delete everything and take in the two clips. So as you can see, this is the entire clip.
over here, and this is the entire clip for this one over here. Now, if you want to cut it in Filmora, there are several ways that you can do it. So first is, let's say you want to go ahead and cut a video, right? But before that, a little bit more about the interface is over here. As you can see, zoom to fit timeline. If I were to click on this, if I were to zoom out like this or zoom in like this, then if I were to click on this icon over here, zoom to fit timeline, or you can press Shift plus Z, then it will make sure that your entire timeline fits with whatever you have inside. Now you can see the total length of the video over here. As you can see, 29 seconds, 13 milliseconds. So what I'm going to do is first trim everything down so that it's 10 seconds. I'm going to first hold it over here. As you can see, the end time is at 14:06 and the duration is 14:06 for this clip. So I'll just drag it, and as you can see, I'm trimming it now. So I'm going to lower it down to 10 seconds over here. There you go. Now I have trimmed this down to 10 seconds. Now I'm going to do the same thing for this one. There you go. Now what I'm going to do, as it's 10 seconds, I will cut both of these videos at 2.5 seconds intervals so that I can have 4 clips, right? 4 clips. So I'm going to select both of them and move this to 2.5 seconds. So as you can see, this is 2.5 seconds. Then I can cut it through here or split it through here. As you can see, like you can select, click on this icon over here, click to split, or you can press Ctrl plus B to split it. So I'm going to press Ctrl plus B, and there you go, it's split, right? Now 2.5 seconds, that is 5 seconds. So I'm going to go to 5 seconds now and also press Ctrl plus B. There you go. Then I'm going to go to 6:12, which is 2.5 seconds afterwards, or 7:12. That is 2.5 seconds from 5 seconds. And then I'm going to press Ctrl B again. Now, as you can see, we have cut or split our clips. Now, splitting clips does not mean that this clip is done with editing. You can go ahead and trim it back up to its full length, as you can see over here. So cutting or trimming, you can trim back, like even if you cut a small clip, you can trim it back to its original size. I'm going to press Ctrl Z to undo. There you go. Then I'm going to go ahead, select all of this, move this towards the right, select this, place it over here. I'm going to go ahead and select this over here, place this one over here, then select this one and place it over here, select this one, place it over here, select this one over here, and select this one over here. Now we have conjoined every clip over here, and then I'm going to fit it. And as you can see, we have reverted back to the beginning of our lesson where I showed or showcased you the video, right? And as you can see, there's a gap over here. So I'm going to go ahead, realign it, removing the gap. As you can see, there's a small part over here. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that. Now this one over here, let me go ahead and trim it to 12 seconds, 12.5 seconds. There you go. Place it right over here. And as you can see, now we have done with our trimming and splitting. Now I'm going to play it again from the beginning to show you what we have accomplished. So as you can see, after 2.5 seconds, this comes in, then this scene comes in, then this scene comes in. And as you can guess from the beginning of our entire lesson over here, the video that I showed you, now we have completed in recreating that video. Now if I want, I could add another video, so that as you can see, this is over here as well. So I can go ahead and trim it back to, let's say, 10 seconds. There you go. Then cut it at every part over here, having these parts as an example, then cutting it or splitting it over here. Now after I'm done with that, I'll just go ahead and place this right inside over here. Place this right inside over here. we align everything so that there's no gap in the middle. This is just basic trimming and cutting. So then I'm going to place it right over here. There you go. But instead of that, let me just go ahead and place this right over here. Instead of there, I'm going to place it right over here. Place this one right over here. Then place this one right over here. And then have this two. I have this three to fit inside over here. There you go. Now if I were to play it, we will see all the scenes that we have cut and pasted inside, or split and move them inside our entire clip over here. So that's the basis of how you can split and trim. Now trimming works best when you are trying to trim down a video so that it fits within a certain margin, and within that margin you are trying to add that amount of content. Like for example, let's say you have two videos, one is 10-second long, one is 20-second long. Now you created an opening title which is 2-second long, then the video comes in after 10 seconds and you want to play that video on top of another video, but both of those videos lengths are too far apart, like 10-second far apart. So then you can trim down one video to 10 seconds to match the other video. So trimming works like that. You can trim videos depending on what you are trying to do with your project. So that's the basis of splitting and trimming. And that will be all for this lesson, and I will be seeing you in our next. Welcome back to our Filmora for Basic Beginners lesson. And for this lesson, we will be going ahead and learning about transitions and how we can add transitions in. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. Let's go ahead and first open up our previous project where I showed you how you can cut, trim, and split. So now we have to go to transitions over here. Now underneath transitions here, you have trending, basic, zoom, popular, speed blur, slides, and everything. So if I were to select this, dissolve over here and put this over here, as you can see, nothing's happening. But if I were to select this, if I were to place this over here, I can now move it alongside our transitions plane over here. So let's go ahead and first play our video to see the first transition. So as you can see, there's no transition here, but if I were to add this dissolve in over here, there you go. If I were to move it like this and play it now, as you can see, it dissolved into that other part over there. Now, once you click on this transition, you will have the options here to dissolve. So you have prefix, you have overlap, you have prefix here for left, middle, and right. So you can have a transition dissolve on the first part, then a transition effect in the middle, or the transition effect on the left. So what I mean is, if I can move it like this, as you can see, and then you have the duration. So I can change the duration to this. So it's 2 seconds, 2 seconds each. So it's like, I want to keep it at, like, let's say 1 second. So I'll give like only 0, 0 here and have 1 second here. Then apply it. Now, as you can see, it's 1 second then. Now I'll give it, let's say, a fade transition over here. There you go. Now it's going to download the transition and place it right over there. So I have the fade transition. I'll give it prefix over there, and I'll also give it 1 second over here. There you go. Now I'm going to apply it. There you go. Now that's applied. Now I'm going to go ahead, put the dissolve over here and put it prefix on the right side, and then put it at 1 second over here. There you go. Now it's going to be on the right side. So I'm going to move it towards the right over here. Well, and then there you go. Now I have two types of transitions between these two videos. So if I were to play it now, as you can see, it dissolved, and that one is a fade. So fade does not go well with dissolve. So I'm going to go ahead and that. I'm going to add the blur dissolve over here. It's going to download it, and it's going to play it like that. I'm going to make it so that prefix is on the left side. There you go. And then we have that one over there. So now if I were to select this, as you can see, we do not have the blur dissolve left. I'm going to place it like that, make it so it's like that, but it's moving to that part over here. I'm going to undo it, select it first, make it so it's 1 second. There you go. And now there you go. It's on that one over there on the beginning of this over here. Now, if I were to give the prefix over here, it will go ahead and move on the left side, which I do not want. So I'm going to place it over there, this one, and I'm going to add the dissolve effect over here, normal dissolve effect over here, and I can have two effects, as you can see. So I will give the prefix for this one on the left side. I can move it there. So we have it 1 second. We also have this 1 second. Now let's go ahead and play it to see what we have done. Now I'm going to go ahead and play it. So that's the dissolve, and this is getting it blurred. So it's better to have one effect here or two kinds of effects of the similar over here. And this bar over here that you see is the audio bar here. And this video does not have any audios, so the audio is not playing. If I were to increase it like this and play it again, we can see that there's no audio in this video. As you can see, there's no audio. The audio file has been included, but there was no audio. That's why this line over here is showing, in case if you were wondering about it. Now you have various types of transitions over here. And in trending, you have blur dissolve, you have fast swap, right? So let me go ahead and add that one in there so that you can see what kind of effect this is. So I'm going to go ahead and play it. As you see, it swapped fast right. So now I'm going to go ahead and add fast swap right to all of our effects or all of our designs over here. All of our transitions over here. There you go. Now, once that is done, I'm going to go ahead and play the video so that you can see from the beginning how it looks like. And as you saw, all these transitions combined together made our previously already okay video into much more entertaining video where there's some effects, where there's some transitions there. Not effects, but transitions. So I'm going to select all of these transitions now by holding. I'm going to select them and delete them. Now I'm going to go with different transitions. So you have cinematic transitions here as well. You have a cinematic digital slide. You have film grain style. You have also various types of cinematic styles over here, as you can see. Now the options over here on the top that you're seeing is the version over here. This is the pro version over here. So you need to, in order for you to save this now, you need to make it so that you have the pro or purchase version here to unlock this, and then you can export it or download it. Now if I were to go ahead, and as you can see, this gives a cinematic video over here. Now, as you see, I've explained to you about the rendering over here, right? Now, I did not render it. That's why it came up as a lag. So I'm going to add in different forms of cinematic transitions over here. So I'll go with the free version so that I can show you what we have for the free version. If you have the pro version, you can go ahead and also use every aspects here as well. If you're using the pro version, you can use every transitions without any limitations. But I'll just show you what the free versions entail you to have. There you go. Now once we're done, I'm going to go ahead and place this on top and then render this entire file over here so that once I play it, there's no lag. So once that is done, I'm going to go ahead and play it so that you can see our transitions here. Now this is not as much as entertaining as our previous transitions because these are too long. Like because our segments here are 2 seconds each, right? And this transition happens at 1 second. So you can also always keep them all at 0.5 seconds so that you have some gap in between the transitions before they happen. That will make it so it's much more entertaining to watch. Now let's go ahead and go for various other forms of transitions. So you have art tiles transitions over here as well. Let's go with some art tile transitions. Now let me go ahead, and as you can see, there's only a one art style transition over here. So let's go ahead and use this. Now it's going to download it from online if you do not have it downloaded. Now let me go ahead and play it so that you can see. And so that's an art style transformation, and if underneath the paid version you have a lot more. So let's go for this wedding invitation transition over here. So let's go ahead and play it to see what we have done. As you saw, that's a much more interactive one than our previous art style one. Let's go for this history slideshow. It's now downloading. Once I click on it, you can also download it like that instead of just dragging it. So let me go ahead and play it to see what we have there. As you saw, that's also a very unique art style type transition that we use. Now we have social media as well. You have social graphic transitions over here. Let's go ahead and use this. Let's go ahead and play and see what we have. Let me first go ahead, select on this. You can also mark it from in over here, as you can see. And I can mark it from out over here as well, like this. And once that, I can render it like this, and it will only render this part, this in and out only. Now you can cancel the in and out by selecting anywhere in the timeline and press escape to cancel the in and out. So let's go ahead and play it and see what kind of transition we have. Now, as you saw, we had that transition over there where it transitioned from this cutting of garlic over here to cutting of this spinach over here, or onions over here. So you have those kinds of transitions like that. Now to finalize everything, let's go ahead and let's have some other effects. Let's go for trending. Let's go for dissolve, warp zoom. You also have warp zoom over here. Let me go ahead and click on most of this to download them so that we can use them. We also have this orb one. This is a bit unique as well, this orb one. Let me go ahead and use the orb one over here. There you go. Now let's play and see how it looks like. I sure the transition is good, so let me go ahead and make this transition into 1 second. There you go. So now if I were to play it again, it's good. The transition is going to have a 1 second. There you go. Fast, very fast transition. So you have fade white, you have a cinematic transition like this as well, but let's go with shape transition now over here. Now it's going to download. And once that is downloaded, I'm going to go ahead and place it to 1 second again. There you go. So now let's move over here and play it to see. I saw that that happened. So that's also good. You have box turn as well. So let me go ahead and place box turn over here. Also change it to 1 second, or you can go ahead and add in other transitions, add 1 second to this one and apply to apply all the transitions to everything. So I have linear wipe. I'll add linear wipe over here. I'll add a simple roll over here. It's going to download it. There you go. Now let's have a fast flip. And let's have a beam transition, a warp zoom, and a diamond zoom in. There you go. Now I'm going to set this to, let's say 1 second. There you go. Then apply to all. As you can see, everything has been applied. I'm going to render our entire video file over here. And once that is done, I'm going to go ahead and play it. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4, there's 5, there's 6, there's 7, there's 8, and there's 9. There you go. That's how basically you can use transitions. You have audio transitions as well, which I'll show you later on, but it's basically the same. If you have two different kinds of audios, you will have them. You can add audio transitions there, and you can also add in your own transitions here as well. Or you can have favorites that you have marked. So if I were to go here, add this favorite over here, I can go to mine, I can go to favorites, and I can see this. I can also see the downloaded ones which I've downloaded, and you have a material pack over here that you can also have as well. That's, as you can see, that's it for this lesson on transitions. And I'll be seeing everyone, and welcome back to Filmora for Basics Beginners. And for this lesson, we are going to go with video effects. So let's go ahead and get started. Now here I have imported a few videos. As you can see over here, we have few videos over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put this over here. Now as you can see, these are very long videos. This is like 1 minute 0.7 seconds. So I would want to clip this and make it so that it's like 20 seconds or so, or trim this so that it's 20 seconds or so. So let me go ahead and trim this so that it is exactly, let's say 10 seconds. So let's make it 10. There you go. Now we have 10 seconds over here. Now I'm going to go ahead and put this one over here. Now I'm going to also trim this one to 10 seconds. There you go. 10 seconds, which makes it 20 seconds. And I'm going to go ahead and place this one here and make this one 10 seconds as well. There you go. Now let's add some transitions in. Let's just add normal dissolve over here. 2 seconds of dissolve for this entire video. That's okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and go to FX over here. Now you have underneath recommended, you have trending. Let's go with like the free versions first. You'll have much more advanced versions for the paid one, but let's go with some free versions to see what we have. So you have RGB stroke over here. As you can see, this is the effect, but this can be placed over here. Let's say I place this effect over here. Then you can go to effects over here to see the RGB stroke over here. Now the opacity over here, you can have the opacity and everything. Let's go ahead and reduce down the opacity to see how it looks like. As you can see, the opacity is being reduced. You have the speed as well. So let me go ahead and add speed to 0. This will make it so that it's like we have a much more breathing. Then you have the position where you can change the position. I want to make it so that it's at the center. But let me go ahead and play it so that to see where the transition ended. So it ended right over here, right? So let me go ahead and change the position over here. You can change the position of your effect like this. There you go. Then I can add the speed to, let's say 100. Then this will make it so that it's breathing much more loudly, as you can see like there. Now the RGB stroke over here, you have the custom, you have circle, you have rectangle over here. So I can add a custom circle over here. As you can see, I can change the effect to wherever I want to. So backspace key or double left click to delete vortex. As you can see, sorry, I can like double click on it to delete it. Let me go ahead and undo that. I can also add a vortex over here and make it so that it's like that. So I can like make it so that the effect only gets applied to my vehicle over here. So you can customly change the effect to where it can land on. So let me go ahead and make it so it's like this. Then let me go back and play it. As you can see, the effect is only happening there. So you can add custom effects like this. You can change or edit the effects as like that. I can also clear everything over here to make it so that it plays on the entire video over here. I can also delete the effects from there as well. As you can see, the effects got deleted. Now you have this face off over here. Let me go ahead and use the face off over here and place it right over there. Effects. As you can see, we have an effect. If we were to play it, as you can see, the effects over here. Now the face off filter over here, as you can see, it's a filter that blurs out the face in the background, as you can see over here. Or it will put this icon or any icon over here, or you can also import an image and place it so that it's right over there. So let me go ahead and put this effect off. Let me go ahead to this clip over here and move it over here to see our face right over there. As you can see, now I'll add the face off over here. There you go. Go to effects over here, and this is the blur one. This is this image. So if I were to play it now, as you see, the face off added that filter over there. So this is a very unique and this is a very useful tool if you want to like change or remove the face out of any character or any person. Then you have 4 seasons over here. Let me go ahead and put that over there. If I were to play this, as you can see, this is the filter for the 4 seasons over here. I can go to, so select this, go to effects over here. Now you can see the effects over here, the four season effects over here. The opacity of the four seasons effects over here. I can also go ahead and delete that. Now, let me go ahead and add the light effects on this one. Let that get downloaded first. Light effects, let me put that one over there. There you go. Now, underneath the effects over here, let me go ahead and play it, see where the light effects here is like. And this is the keyframe. I will show you what keyframes are and how you can use the keyframes. So let's go ahead and create a custom one. I can extend it. So if I were to play it and extend it, as you can see, you have the blur strength, so I can blur the effect, change the opacity as well. I can also give the path. I can also invert the mask. But more or less, you have the effects over here and effects over here that you can use and edit as well. You have scales over here. Let me show you what scales can do or what you can do with scales. I can go ahead and play it. Now the scales only happens with backgrounds, as you can see over here in this one. But to play it, it will not work best with our video file over here. So you need to understand that all the effects over here are available to use, but you need to understand one simple rule. Not all the effects will be good or will show as good on your video. So as you can see the strength of this, I can also add a custom one over here. I can extend it. I can resume it, so I can add a mask over here. So let me go ahead and add a mask. Go ahead and replace this over there. There you go. Let me move it over here. Now let me go ahead and play it. I can extend it like this over here. There you go. Then I can have the blur strength to blur it out like that. Go ahead and use that like this. There you go. Let me reduce down the opacity a bit. There you go. Now let me go ahead and play it. As you see, that's happening like that. Now the keyframing part, which I've mentioned before. So let me go ahead, place this right over here. Let's say, let me add a keyframe. There you go. I added a keyframe. Now let's go ahead and play it. Let's say after 2 seconds or so, underneath like the 2 second, or let's say underneath 5 seconds over here. Let me go to 5 seconds. Well, now let me go ahead and move this towards the middle. There you go. Now, you do not need to, again, re-enable the keyframe because the keyframe has already been added over here once you move this. Now, let me go to the end to over here. Let me go ahead and place this right at the corner over here. There you go. Another keyframe got added. Now, if I were to play it, as you can see, the effect is now moving towards the end. And then it got finished. So you can have unique effects like this to move around, and you can also stack effects on top of each other. So what I mean by stacking effects is, let's say I give the RGB stroke on this one now. Now let me go ahead and move this now. As you can see, the RGB stroke is here now. So now if I were to play it, as you can see, the RGB stroke is happening like that. I can move the RGB stroke below over here, but that won't work. I can reduce down the opacity. I can play it again. I can also do the same thing for the RGB stroke as well for the effect, but more or less it's the same. You have mild effects, you have slight blur, you have wedding bliss, you have basic background blur, so you can blur out the background, or you can use your custom over here to edit or put a background in. You have exposure, you have up down. So the up down, let me download it and play it so that it can show you. As you can see, up and down, it says like an artwork, like an effect over here. Then you have Hudson as well. You have round close as well. You have static too. So let me go ahead and use the static too. As you can see, it gives like some static noise. The Hudson over here gives a filter type effect. The round circle over here. As you can see, if I were to play it, as you can see, it plays. It's like an outro or an intro that you can use. You have the fisheye as well, which will give like a fisheye effect like this. You can also have the effect to be a bit more like, for example, the effect that I had previously, this effect over here. Let me go ahead and delete this. Let me go ahead, put clear all use masks. Okay, there you go. That mask got removed and we do not have any keyframes as well. Okay, so let me go ahead and reduce down our opacity like that. Now let me go ahead and add the fish eye to it. Let me go ahead and change the radius up. Now let me go ahead and change the opacity down, but it won't work like that. But for the canvas here, let me go ahead and make it so like this. Now, as you see, I have put these two filters together, right? Put these two effects together. Now if I were to play it, and as you can see, this looks like a camera, right? This looks like a camera. This looks like a camera, and you're viewing the street from this camera. Then you have that effect or that filter and the transition, and it transition into the next one. There you go. Let me go ahead and save it as it is, or let me go ahead and delete this because we only want one videos to edit. So that's basically it on how you can add the effects in. And you can also see a few effects on the top over here. So now let's go ahead and let's say we want to hit the road here. This package features high quality images to travel across and vintage. As you can see, this is an entire package where you have various types of filters and effects over here, but we do not want that. So as you can see, these are the effects that you can use for a free version. Now, if I were to go to the paid version over here, as you can see underneath trending, you have slow zoom. So you can slowly zoom in. And if you were to reverse it or reverse play a video and save that as a separate thing, you can also slow zoom out as well. So all said and done, that's how you can add filters or effects to them and customize the effects towards those videos. And that's basically it for this lesson, and I'll be seeing you in the next one. And welcome back to Filmora for Basics, or beginners. And for this lesson, we'll be learning on how you can add text to your videos. Let's go ahead and get started. So for this lesson, I'm not going to go ahead and import any kind of videos. So I'm going to go to global media over here. For folder, as you can see, there's nothing here. I can go to cloud media. As you can see, nothing's over here. So the influencer kit. You can quickly create any popular intros, but we're going to go for like stock medias over here and see what kind of clips we have. We're going to go for trending over here and see what kind of videos we have. As you can see, we have different kinds of videos over here. Let's go with nature. Or let's go with game. And let's search Minecraft. As you can see, it's not coming in that much, so we're going to go ahead and cross this out so that we have this various forms of videos over here. I'm going to just import them. Now this is a 6-second video. Import several forms of this. This video over here has this one. Let's go with this one first. I'm just going to try to match how our videos look like. So this is a highway. This is this one. This is this one. So let's go ahead with this one at first. Put this one as second and put this one at third. And let's play it to see how it looks like. So we have this long beam coming up in front on top of the mountain. Then it transitioned into this. Then it transitions into this, which looks cool. So now let's try to add some text in. So you can go and add text in from here. Quick text, there you go. Now you can see the quick text is over here. You can edit it like that. Then text over here that you can see. I'll just place it at the center over here. Now once I select this quick text over here, you can have animations as well, but I do not want to add animations. Let me just go ahead and click on it to see what can we do with this text. Now this is very much quick text. Okay, so let me go ahead and increase this so that it fits like a frame to our video. Let me just position it right at the center. There you go. And we have our quick text over here. Now let's say this world is vast and amazing. There you go. Now we have our text over here. Now underneath the titles over here, then you can go ahead and change how this text looks like. So you have the scale where you can increase the scale or decrease the scale, or the font size over here. Let's go with something like 40, or let's go with something like 70. 40 is too small. So let's go with this one. And you can have this kind of presets here. Now this preset looks good. You can have a word art as well, word art type preset. As you can see, you have various forms over here. You have more text options over here, where you can align this text accordingly towards the artboard or towards your video format over here. You have the transformation over here, where you can rotate it. And the keyframe here works at the same as the video filter or video effects filter keyframes, which I've showed you before. Okay, you have a compositing as well. You have blend mode for compositing. You have multiply, color burn, linear burn. So these kind of things will basically change the amount of blend or change the form of blend which this text or which this object has. Then you can also make it so that there's a background for this text. But for now, we do not want to go for word art. We just want to go for like a normal text like this. There you go. Now you can have animations to it as well. So you have in and out and other types of animation for this. So as you can see, there's some animations here because I have changed this text over here. So let me just go for this one, go for animations here. You have loop animations and everything. Under the video here, you have animations. So I'll just change the fade in animation, preset animation, fade in, fade out. You have vortex in as well. So let's go with vortex in. There you go. And I'll just place this right over here. And as you can see, the dots over here, those are the animations. So let me go ahead, play this. As you see, vortex in and vortex out. Now I'll just select this, go to title, go to animation over here. You do not have any kinds of animation. So vortex in, vortex out. Now I can go ahead, change this vortex out part over here. There you go. Now this text, let me go ahead and make it so it goes right 6 seconds. Let me make it so this one, or let me just change this at, let's say 5 seconds. There you go. So let's move this towards the 5 second mark. We just zoom to fit. So 5 seconds is right over here. There you go. Now I can just zoom in to see. So it's right over here, right? So let me move it here. There you go. It's 5.1 seconds. It's 5 seconds. There you go. The previous transition. Or a previous one. Now this one over here, I'll just place it at 3 second mark. There you go. And the previous one, let's keep it at 1 second mark. There you go. Now let's play it and see how it looks like. This is not the one. Let me go ahead and delete that. Yeah, let me go ahead and play this. Yeah. 5 second mark. There you go. Now once that is done, let me go ahead and play it. Yeah, as you see, that did not work out as good because we changed this one. So let me place this right over there. That's the middle part, and let's place it right there. Now let's play it. And what I mean by middle part, this part is where the text stays still. So we need time for our audience who will be reading this text to be able to read it. So the world is vast and amazing. It's done, and then it transitioned out. There you go. So you can add transitions to your text like that, or animations to your text like that. Now let's go back to titles over here. And now you can change the font however you want over here. You can add favorites. You can add your favorite font favorites over here, and you can check on favorites. You can change the color here. You can also take a color from the artboard like this. There you go. Now that color has been taken. Now if I were to play it, as you can see, the font's color has been changed. Now I can make it bold, the entire font bold. I can make it italic. I can make it underlined as well. There you go. I can also add a gradient to it as well. The gradient here looks fantastic. I want it to be middle middle orientated. So there you go. Now we have that. This part over here is where you AI copywriting beta, where you can copyright any kind of text that you want. But there you go. That's it for the text, how you can add them, how you can change the fonts as well for the text. how you can change the color, how you can have the preset over here, how you can change the color as well. So here you have like a more underneath, more over here. You can basically have custom colors as well. You can have the preset over here. So I have add this preset, right? There you go. You have the preset over there. Then you have more text options here. You can transform your text, you can compose it, your text, and more. Then you have keyframe panel over here where you can see the keyframe panel and where you can edit the keyframes that I have put here manually, much more effectively and efficiently at the same time. So animations here, in, out, and loop. You can change the titles. Underneath titles over here, you can change the animation loop over here. So underneath animations, you have preset animations here, preset motions, legacies here. You have boom, bounce in, bounce out. You can also add that. Underneath animations here, let's go for presets. Now presets will have this animation set over here automatically. So if I drag and drop, it will automatically put those keyframes in and you can customize the keyframes. But for preset motions, you need to manually, like this flip down, let's say this flip up. Let's say I put this at the beginning over here and flip down, I put this at the end over here. Then I need to manually add those keyframes in and add the effect in to make my own custom preset. Okay, so that's how you can add text in. I can do the same thing for the second part video here. I can do the same thing for the third part video as well. That will be all for this lesson on how you can add text, how you can make it so that it changes. Now you can also have another options to click 3D text over here. So it's going to generate your 3D text over here. As you can see over here, I have put this 3D text over here. Now let me go back to my play at the beginning. Now if I were to put it at the here, as you can see, the 3D text already has that. Now let me go ahead and disable this view so that I don't see that. Now as you can see, you have the 3D text over here. I can go ahead and edit the text however I want here. I can also go to titles, and as you can see, there are different forms of 3D materials here. You can also have the favorites. You can also see the 3D materials here. And underneath here, if I were to, and you can also have this transform here to scale it, scale down, as similar as to our previous one. Then you can also change the position of it as you want. So let's keep it at 0 and this one at 0 as well. There you go. So you can also have the 3D text over here, the 3D, and you can also have 3D animations over here, as you can see. Now you can have this animation, you can also have this animation, you can also have this animation as well, as you can see, and change the animations to however you want, for in and for out as well. So that will be all for this lesson on how you can add text and edit them. And underneath 3D basics here, you can also change the fonts as well, by the way. So that's it for this lesson on how you can add text to your videos. And I'll be ending the lesson here now. And I'll be seeing you. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our class for Filmora for Basics for Beginners. And for this lesson, I'm going to show you how you can do editing for audios and add transitions to audios. So let's go ahead and get started. So I have opened up a untitled project over here, a new project. Now, in order for us to edit an audio, I'm going to go ahead and first import an audio. So I went to audio over here. You can find all the resources here for Filmora underneath audios over here. As you can see, there are various forms of categories that you can import your audio from, or if you want to only import your own custom audio that you have recorded, you can go to mine over here, and you can go to downloads where you can see where you have downloaded all the audios from Filmora, and you can also go to mine music. So, and you can left click on this one to import any music that you want from your own drive. But for now, I'm going to go to music over here and going to hip hop here. I'm just going to go ahead and import a music. Now, once I play it, as you can see, there's audio over here, so I'm going to go ahead, first zoom out and trim this. Now, in case for us to learn, what I'm going to do is first clip this so that it's like about 10 seconds. So there you go, it's about 10 seconds here. Then I'm going to go ahead and import another audio over here. It's going to go ahead and download. Now this audio over here is much more bigger, so I'm going to go ahead and also trim this to 10 seconds. Now, in case for audios and videos, the audios layer go from top to bottom and the videos go from bottom to top. So it's the case for those. Now I'm going to go ahead and trim this audio back down to 10 seconds over here. There you go. Now I'm going to place them side by side so that I can show you how you can add those transitions in. Then I'm going to show you how you can edit those audios. Now what I'm going to do is drag this and put this on below over here. So in case for videos, as I said before, the videos go from bottom to top and the audios go from top to bottom. So I'll now go to transitions over here. As you can see, transitions. You can go to audio as well. Or transitions, audio transitions, yes. Now you have audio transitions over here, as you can see. Now you have very few audio transitions here. You have constant gain, constant power, exponential fade, logarithmic fade. So I'm going to go ahead, place my marker over here and play it. As you can see, there's a gap in there. So it's very noticeable for your ears to hear. So I'm going to play it so that you can hear it much more clearly. So now I'm going to add in an audio transition. So I'm going to put that right over here. It's going to download and apply it on there. Now I'm going to play it from the beginnings, and now let's hear it. As you see, it transitioned very smoothly between those two. Now the transition will only work and it will be only smooth when both of these audios have the same bitrate. Now if I were to zoom in much more, and let me go towards the right. Now, as you can see, the levels over here, the audio levels over here, this audio has much more higher level than this audio here. So what I can do is give a audio transition for a logarithmic fade, for example. So let me put it over here. Now I'll just zoom out so that you can hear it and see how it is like. As you saw, that it's much more better than before. Now, if I were to give exponential fade, try to notice the difference. The constant gain makes it so that both audios play at the same time while transitioning. The logarithmic fade made it so that this audio toned down, then almost went non-existent, then this audio came in with a fade. So now I'm going to go ahead and play this so that you can see and hear how it sounds like. So this is much more stronger than the logarithmic fade. So now let's go ahead and see what constant power gives us for the audio transition. So constant power and constant gain both are very similar, and exponential fade and logarithmic fade are much more similar. So that's basically it on how you can add those transitions in. So now let's go ahead and edit our audio. So to manually edit the volume of our audio from this audio track over here, you see this line. As you see this line over here, the straight horizontal line, if I were to decrease it down, it will decrease the volume down. You can also see it on the right side panel over here that the volume got decreased. Now if I were to hold it and increase it, it will also increase the volume. So let's keep it at 0 now and get that out of there. Now on the right side here, audio, you'll see all the tools and utilities you can do to make sure that you have the perfect audio over here. So you have sound balance over here, left or right. So you can make it so that the audience of whom you are trying to give this audio file to, or give any kind of work which has audio to, you can make it so that they can hear it from the left side or the right side if they're using a headphone. Or if this for studio case, and if the studio has like surround sound, then people will hear it from the left side. And if you were to put it towards the right side, then people will hear it from the right side. Now you have the fade in, the fade out. So if I were to do fade in, it will give a fade into the audio. And if I were to give a fade out, it will give a fade out to the audio, as you can see here on the right side. So I can give a fade in so that the audio from the beginning revs up the volume. So it starts from 0 and it continues upwards. Now, if you want to customly add fade ins and fade out, you can go to the start under the volume here. You can add the timestamp over here or the keyframe over here, and do basically using the keyframe, as I've showed you before, how you can use the keyframe. So you can manually edit the volume there as well. Now, if you were to edit any kind of single specific audio file, like for example, let me zoom in. Let's say I want to edit this segment. Let's say I go over here, go to the select in over here, and go here, go select out over here. So if you want to, let's say, edit this part, you can just select them and cut them over here. As you see, you can it's okay if you do not also select the in and out. You can press escape to deselect that. You can go ahead and, let's say, decrease the volume over here so that you can decrease the volume like that. So it's completely up to you on how you can create your own or edit your own audio over here. You can increase or decrease your volume. Then you have a denoise, where you can denoise any kind of background noise if you have. You can deverb it. You can hum removal. So if there's any kind of humming kind of sound in the background, you can go ahead and remove that from as well. Then you can also remove any kind of hiss type sound, or snaky type of skinning kind of sound that you might hear. An example would be cricket noise during the nighttime, right? So it's basically for those kind of noise. So Filmora's audio system here will recognize the humming kind of sound, the hiss kind of sound, and it will reduce them depending on how you have activated and how much power you have given here for them to remove. So that's basically it on how you can go ahead, add transitions between audio, increase the volume, decrease the volume, add some audio mixtures and change the options. You also have equalizer here, so you can have some presets here as well. So that's basically it. It's very simple forwarded. You can go ahead and tweak them as you like. You can go ahead and use them to your own, experiment on their own, because there's no specific audio like preset. Like you can give any kind of preset over here. But if you want to create something very custom, something very unique, then you have to fiddle around with these settings and see which settings works best with your project. And I'll be ending the lesson over here right now, and I'll be seeing you guys in
everyone, and welcome back to Filmora for basics or beginners. And for this lesson, I'm going to go ahead and teach you how you can go ahead and use templates in various cases and how you can customize those templates varying your own needs for your own project. So without further ado and wasting any more time, let's go ahead and get started with our work for this lesson. And I will show you how you can utilize templates in unique or creative ways. Let's go. So here I have opened up a new project called templates over here. Now, in order for you to access the template segment in Filmora, you can access them through the templates over here, as you can see. Now, you need to know about the templates for a bit. So underneath trending here, you will find anything that is trending right now. Underneath YouTube video over here, you will find templates for YouTube videos. You will find various like cinematic intro, you have business intro, you have logo reveal, you have end screens, subscribe screens, you have music festival type, you have news, slideshow, travel, wedding love, festival, real estate, countdown, sports and fitness, vlog, promo, advertising, birthday, family, food, and a lot more categories here, as you can see. Now, underneath templates here, you have your own favorite marks over here. So if you were to, let's say, go to downloads over here, let's say mark this as a favorite on the star mark, I can go to favorites and I can see it over here, as you can see. If I were to remove that, it will be removed from my favorites as well. And the downloads will only show the ones which I have already downloaded. So now, as you can see, there's an epic countdown. I'm just going to go ahead and do this and match this to my intro over here. Now I'll just go ahead and play it so that you can see and hear what it sounds like, because it also has an audio to it. So I'm going to go ahead and play it. So as you can see, that is how it sounds like, and that is also how the intro looks like as well. So I'm going to go ahead and play it again. So there you go. Now you have this one clip over here, right? Now, if you were to click on the middle part here, click to replace material, it will open up an advanced settings over here for that clip, and you will find everything that you need over here for the media, for the stock media over here, and the text as well. And you can edit it however you want. Or you can also expand the template over here. And what that basically does is it removes everything from that single clip and it distributes everything here towards the timeline. So here you can see that our entire template over here is like this. Now these are the videos over here, so let me go ahead and disable this. Let me go ahead and disable the audios from this and have this middle part only active. And if we were to play it, as you can see, this 3, 2, 1 is just a video clip, and everything else has been just added to it with the sound and audio. So I'm going to go ahead and press Ctrl+A to select all and delete everything. And then I'm just going to add in another clip from here. Let's say this one over here to our video one over here. Then I'm going to go ahead and click to replace material. And once I'm here, as you can see, we have 2 clips over here, right? 2 clips, 5.24 seconds and 1 second. I forward it. And as you can see, you have everything over here, and you can also click on every object over here and change them however you like. And here, as you can see, this is the text part where you can change the text for all of this. So thanks for, as you can see. Then don't forget to like the video, which is at the bottom left over here. Then another video, which is at the middle. Then share this video to your friends at the right side. Then watching. Then you have subscribe over here, then subscribed over here as well if you were to click on it. So it's like an interactive video. Right, now underneath stock media over here, you can go ahead and drag it and drop it over here to like apply it on that clip. As you can see, it's applied. Now it's lagging a bit because the frames for this clip over here is much more bigger than the frames for our previous clip. So because of that, I'll go ahead and cancel it, so that nothing changes. So the frames for this background over here, as you can see, this blue type cloth type effect has more frames than the clip for the bicycles. So as I imported that into my clip, that the frames got lowered down because this one is have too much high frame for that one. This one is too much lower frame for that one, so the frames for that one got lowered down, and thus that one was lagging a bit. So I can expand the template again to show you what we have over here. So as you can see, this is the text for subscribe, this is the watching, the text over here. So let me go ahead, put it over here, go back over here, as you can see, and here is your replace your photo. So you can replace your photo at the end over here, as you can see. So it will replace the photos over there, or this is just an adjustment layer over here that you can go ahead and edit. Now if I were to go to the titles or text or over here, or if I were to double click on this, as you can see, we have our titles, basic, subscribe. As you can see, subscribed here. If I were to double click on this one will open up over here for the titles text, and you can edit them and change them and customize them however you want, depending on how you want to customize them. So let me just go ahead. Let me just go to view, layer mode, default. Let me just press it at default. As you can see on the right side over here, title, video, text to speech, but we do not want that. Let me go ahead and just, as you can see, that icon for the mouse over here, or the hand over here, came up. It then zoomed out a bit, and the text changed from subscribe to subscribed over here, and then that bell notification came up over there. So you can go ahead and create or edit them however you want. So as you can see, the titles here for the basic and the animation, you can go ahead and see all the animations here. You can add animations if you want to. So as you can see, thank you for watching over here comes up, and this one comes up. So let's go ahead and customize this, right? So I'm going to go ahead and select this over here, go to animation and go for typewriter. So there you go. And I will go ahead and select this one as well. The another, not thanks for, not share this one as well. I'm going to give it for typewriter. There you go. And for another video over here, I think that's enough. So if I were to play it now, as you can see, all of them came in with those effects. So you can go ahead and use those effects however you want to, that is, to create your own unique template. Now, let's go ahead and import another template in and show you another example of templates, right? So I'm going to go ahead and select everything over here. So I'm going to press Ctrl A and delete everything. There you go. Now underneath templates, I'll go to templates again and use a template which I have downloaded, as you can see. Or I can just go to, like, there's also split screen templates over here, which I'll be going through in a bit. But before that, let me just go to templates over here, and we have cinematic intros, right? As you can see, these are cinematic intros. These are YouTube intros. So let's go for a business type intro and see what it is. So we have this downloaded. I'm going to go ahead and import this in over here. Right click on this and I can expand it from right click, but I do not want to do that. I would want to click to replace material over here and then expand the template. And as you can see, there are a lot of segments over here. So I'm going to expand this template. And as you can see, I'm just going to zoom to fit. And it's already zoomed to fit. And these are the materials that we can use or we can edit to customize it. Now I'm just going to play it. And as you can see, that
looked spectacular, so I'm going to press Ctrl Z to undo my expansion, and then I'm going to go ahead and click to replace. And this is basically much more simpler to do and edit. So if I were to go click here, I can import any media here. I'll just go ahead and play it. So there you go. These are the effects over here. This is this graphic animation over here. So if we were to play it again, so that is the graphic animation for that file over here, but I do not want to remove that much, so I'm going to undo everything and play it again. You can create these kind of graphic animations here as well by using keyframes, but I'll save that for a later class. But if I were to explain how keyframes work, I can just show it to you right now. So let's say I make a graphic. Let's say I make just a rectangle, right? Let me just make a rectangle over here, right? So as you can see, this is a rectangle, or the graphic tab over here. I can place it however I want. I can go to basic over here, and these are the keyframes over here for the scale part, the position part as well. So I can go ahead and change the position over here. So if I were to play it, as you can see, the graphic is over there. So I clicked on the keyframe, right? And the keyframe is marked over here. Now let's go ahead and move it, let's say over here. Right now, as you can see, there's another keyframe added over here. Now let me at the end, let me just move it outside, right? Let me just move this outside over here. Now while moving, you can do rotation, you can do scales, you can also add circles, remove the fill color and add a border color to it, add multiple other circles and overlap them each other to make this are like arcs, like segment arcs. Now if I were to play it from beginning, you will see that the square over here animates, as you see. So you can make cool graphic animations like that. So for now, let me just go ahead and delete it. That was just an example of how you can go ahead and create those graphic animations. Now at the end of the day, it depends on your creativity on how you can go ahead and create a unique effect like this, or unique business effect like this. So I'm going to go ahead and select this. I click to replace material, and then over here I can like go ahead and play it, for example, as you can see. And over this, like I'll expand the template to explain to you how it works. So I'll keep on going over here. So there's a transition. So this is a transition over here. As you can see, this is a transition which has been applied between these two like texts. And then after that, this part over here is pretty much simple. You have a square or a circle masked, okay, and that circle is masked on top of an image or a video which is on top of this video over here, right? And then after these three videos are, as you can see, these two videos are overlapped to each other. So let me just go ahead and disable this. As you can see, this is the video for this person over here, and as you can see, this person's video comes across over here, as you can see. So these are multiple videos placed in here, each other, and you have the circles over here expanding while with those keyframes, and then it expands and you can see the videos for each and every one. Or the one who created this template had separately created a graphic animation on another software and put this here as a template so that other people can use. So you can create your templates and upload them like that as well for other people to use your templates here in Filmora. Now I'm just going to go ahead and continue to play and explain it to you how everything is working as we go. So here is a normal video of a few people in a meeting. They're doing some analytics stuff, and then you have another graphic over here expanding. Then the texts are appearing over here as a finger swipe, and with this text as well, with an animation to it, and this is also a graphic over here. Pretty much simple. The underline as well. Then a very good transition, and then you have another video in the background with this transition as well, and a text over here as well. Then this graphic moves towards the right side, and then a new transition over here that transitions into a new video with another transition in the middle, another graphics with text over here. And then you go ahead and directly snap to another clip over here, like from this clip to this clip, as you can see, with this graphic animation over here with business annual conference text over here. You can go ahead like without expanding. So let me just go ahead and undo. So you can go ahead and click on replace, and every clip that you see here in the timeline, you can go ahead and replace them with whatever media that you have. Right, so I'm just going to put this over here, for example. This is only 5 seconds, right? So let me go ahead and put this clip over here, for example. As you can see, this media file is too short and has been processed. So I'm just going to go ahead and play. So as you can see, I changed my background over there. And then you have this one, right? So let me go ahead and change these files as well with other videos. As you can see, this is the character over here. Let me go ahead and place that over there. This character over here. So without further ado, let's just go ahead and play this. As you can see, this replaced everything over here. So let me go ahead and put that person over there. As you can see, that changed everything, right? So I'm going to go ahead and remove them, remove this one as well. And this is a background which has been set. So you can revert it back to like that as well if you want to. So that's basically it on these templates that you can go ahead, download and customize them however you want to, changing their locations, adding your own effects or transitions. But without further ado, I'm just going to go ahead and delete this, and then the next part of this lesson will be the split screen, right? So I'm going to go ahead and use the split screen to show you how you can use the split screens to like have a unique type of template or create your own unique type of template using the split screen over here. So let's just go ahead and create an example for us, and I'll show you how you can do split screens as well. Let's say you have 2 clips, okay? Let's say you have 2 clips and you're trying to show the 2 clips between 2 people, or let's say yes, let's just keep with that. So as you can see, there's a basic, and then basic over here you have these 1 and 2 split screens over here. So you can just drag it and drop it over here in the video, and as you can see, this is a compound clip and this comes up as 1 and 2. So if I were to go ahead, left click on each of this or hold and drag, as you can see, I can move them around like this. So I can add them or move them and position them however I want to. Now if I were to go ahead, right click on this, go to advanced edit over here, then I can go ahead and access how this clip plays. So as you can see, the animation comes in like that. Now I can go ahead, let's say drop this clip over here and drop this person over here for this clip. There you go. Then move them accordingly. I can also go to video over here and scale them down if I want to, or scale them up if I want to. As you can see, so let me just move this person over here so that this person's face is focused, and I'm going to go ahead and move this person over here so that this person's face is focused. There you go. And I'm just going to play it. So as you can see, that looks very wonderful. I'm just going to go ahead and apply it and add a transition to it at the end for a fade out, right? So we have fade and dissolve, so I'm going to add a fade dissolve over here and change the duration to, let's say, 1 second only. So 1 second only, apply. There you go. Now I'm just going to go ahead and play it so that you can see. This too comes up. As you can see, there's a gap, so it stops from over here. So let me go ahead and put this transition over here. There you go, so that it fades out from that moment onwards. So as you can see, it faded up. So that way you can have multiple clips in your split screens as well underneath templates. So let's go ahead and use another split screen. Let me go ahead and add like 3 split screens, right? So this is a very good 3 split screens over here. Now I'm just going to go ahead, go to advanced edit and import some media in. Advanced edit, there you go. Now let me go ahead and import some media in, okay? So as you can see, these are some imported videos, and so I'm going to have, let's say, these 3 videos open, then they're going to get imported, as you can see. So now I'm just going to go ahead and place these videos in. So this will be in number 2 over here. That looks perfect. This will be in number 1, number 1, and this will be in number 3. There you go. Then I'm going to move this person over here and this one over here. There you go, and we align them so that it looks perfect.
There you go. Now I'm just going to go ahead and play it, and as you can see, we have this cool split screen effect. So now I'm just going to go ahead and apply, and once it is done applying, I'm just going to go ahead and play it. Now you can also trim this up a bit towards the total length of the video. That way you can go ahead and use those videos in as well. So advanced edit again. So as you can see, this is 22 seconds long, this is 30 seconds long, this is 12 seconds long, whereas our split screen over here is at 5 seconds long. So, or yeah, 5 seconds long over here. Let me just increase it to 5 seconds, or let me just increase it to 10 seconds instead. So I'm just going to go to 10 seconds over here and move this to 10 seconds over here. Then I'm going to go ahead, go to advanced edit and add those clips in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first add this clip over here. There you go, move it accordingly right over here. There you go. And this one as well to our clip over here. There you go. And this one to that clip over there, and move it accordingly. Then apply. And once that is applied, I'm going to go to the beginning, play it again, and as you can see, we have our video playing for 10 seconds straight. So that way you can also use templates for split screens as well. Then you can also like create any kind of like a text over here and create them into a template. So you can go to mine over here, you can go to custom over here, and you can just save a template as it is. So if I were to go ahead and click on this, go to advanced over here, and as you can see, split screen duration for the main theme over here. So in order for you to save it as a template, you need to first go ahead, let me just go ahead and quit that, go to file over here, and then you can save the project as a template over here. So that way you will create your own template, and you can find them underneath customs over here. And as you can see, I've already saved it as a template, and this is my template over here. Now I can go ahead and drag that. Let me go ahead and delete this, go ahead and drag that over here. As you can see, this is the template over here, which I have saved up until 10 seconds over here, as you can see. So that way you can also create templates, customize your own templates and save them as well. Let me just go ahead and delete that. So there you go, we have our own split screen effect or template over here. So that is basically how you can go ahead, use templates for your clips. You can, like if you're using Filmora, and if you, let's say, are working on any kind of project, you can go ahead and use the various amounts of templates which are available to you from Filmora and use them. Or you can go ahead, create your own custom template using split screens, using text, titles as you see fit, and then saving them as a template so that you can also use that later on in the future for other various projects as well. So that will be all for this lesson, and I'll be seeing you in the next one. And welcome to our Filmora for Basics for Beginners. And for this lesson, I'm going to show you how you can use color in your Filmora project for videos, and how you can edit the color and match the color for different videos as well. It's going to be a long class, about half an hour, but let's go ahead and get started. Now here I have opened up Filmora, a new project. I'm going to go to stock media and download some videos. Underneath library over here, and you can also see like Filmora is partnered up with a lot of companies. So you have Pixels, you have Giphy, you have Pixabay, and you have Unsplash, where you can go ahead and import or download the videos from there as well, for both horizontal and vertical videos. Then let me just go ahead and get some videos. You can also find photos as well, and these are all HD as well. So as you can see, we will download the maximum resolution material for you by default. If you need to change it, you can right click the downloaded material and choose to download again. And you can also check the do not ask again, but I'm not going to check that, and I'm going to press OK and continue.
And as you can see, you can download other resolution as well once you have downloaded it. And as you can see, I'm going to go ahead and use the maximum resolution and import that in, and I'm going to go for 25 FPS. And I'll play it so that you can see what this video looks like, and we'll work with this video. So it's like 1 minute 26 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and trim it. So I'm going to go ahead and trim it to about 20 seconds so that I can work on it with color so that you can see what I'm doing with it. And also show and teach you what you can do with colors as well. You can also select the clip range like that. So as you can see, there's a speed option, so you can go ahead and select the speed control to either slow it down or speed it up, but that will affect the total duration of it. So here on the right side panel, you will have your video, audio, color, speed, and video masking, AI tools, and animation. So on the right side panel, you can see the color on top. So I'm going to go ahead and use that color over there on the top and see. And as you can see, I trimmed it to 20 seconds. So as you can see, I have created a smaller clip. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that. And now we have 20-second video over here. We trimmed it down. Now underneath color, you also have like effects for color effects, but I'm not going to go ahead and use them. Or you can just search for color effects. Or you can go to filters and see some filters where you can edit the color as well. Now you need to understand color. So color doesn't necessarily mean like you need to change the color. Color also means like you can go ahead and change the brightness, the contrast, and the hues as well. So brightness, what does brightness do? Brightness changes the amount of whiteness, because white is also a color, right? So you can change the brightness, the contrast as well for the colors. So now, as you can see on the right side panel, we have the color option. So I'm going to go ahead and select that color. And as you can see, there's several segments over here. You have HSL, basic curves, and color wheels as well. You have LUT, and there are some presets for LUTs over here for some movies, or taken from some movies. So we're going to go ahead and first use the basic color over here, and I'm going to show you what you can do with the basic color. I'm going to disable everything and start from beginning for the basic and show you how everything works over here. And so underneath the preset over here, you can have default and custom. You can also save the custom as well. So as you can see, you have none. So underneath the custom preset over here, you can change the LUT, the color. So underneath the basic preset over here, you can select the custom and you can change the LUT, the color, the light, the adjustments, the vignette, and the color match as well. And then you can save it as a custom at the bottom right over there. Underneath default here, you have various forms of filters for your basic color. As you can see, you can turn black and white, and you can have various forms of filters here available for you, or various forms of presets. So once you select them, the LUT, the color, the light, adjust, and vignette, all of them changes accordingly. You have elegant. I'll also show you how you can edit the color for HSL, color, and color wheels, and to match filters and make your own kind of custom presets as well that you can work on. Now LUT over here, 2, Cyberpunk 1, Warm Film, Walking Dead, Star Wars, Sparta 300, Rain, and Mission Impossible. These are a few like movie type presets. So these are some movies that you can watch and see that the color filter for the entire movie has been set as a preset over here, or LUT preset over here. So Filmora did a great thing and added this thing, filters or LUTs here. And you can also add an LUT like this by going to your file explorer, and if you were to go ahead and download any kind of custom presets from any kind of website, then you can go ahead and apply those presets over here, LUTs. And you can also adjust the strength and the protect screen tones. And as you can see, once I try to adjust the protect skin tones, it's going to use its AI model and it's going to update that AI model, and it's going to scan the entire video for any human beings and the skin tone. Basically, it's going to detect the skin tones and it's going to preserve the skin tones. So let's say you make a bluish hue effect in your LUT and you applied that to your video, right? And now with this bluish hue, you will also see that if the human character is in a video, the human character skin will also turn to a bit bluish hue. But if you were to turn on or adjust the protect skin tones, it's going to retain the skin tone before applying the hue to the video. So it's going to go ahead and AI will generate it. So as you can see, and if you were to click on that question mark circle near protect skin tones, a window or browser will open up, and it will browser will open up a window, or that window will be opened up in a browser, and a site will open up, and it will basically tell you what the protect skin tones is about. So as I mentioned before, again I'll mention it. So if there are any human beings in your video and you apply a filter and that filter affects the skin tones of your character or of that human being, so if you were to turn on the protect skin tones, that complexion of the skin tone or that hue of the skin will be preserved prior to adding any kind of presets or LUTs. Now moving forward, you have, so underneath over here, the LUT, you have the color. Now here you can see you have the auto white balance. If you were to click on the auto, it's going to automatically change the auto balance. You can adjust the temperature to the left side to make it cooler, or to the right side to make it much more warmer. The tint will also change the color of the entire video, like how you have vehicles with which have tinted like windows, right? So it's the same principle. Now you can also use the timestamp or the keyframe. Okay, so as I mentioned before, or in our previous lessons, you can use the keyframes to adjust or add animations to graphics, or adjust the let's say, or animate anything, right? To adjust the keyframes. You can also do that for videos for underneath color as well. So let's go ahead and go towards the first 5 seconds, and I'll just split it over here. I can also like merge them together by right clicking on it and group them up together. So I'll just go to 5 seconds. I'm just going to go ahead and split it or cut it over there and place this on top, so that it's much more easier to organize them. And if I were to delete the first segment over here, the empty segment, it's going to delete that and move my clip towards the front. Now after selecting that, I'm just going to go to the temperature. So I'm going to go ahead and add a keyframe towards the temperature. So at the front, so at 0 seconds, the keyframe has been locked in. And if I were to adjust any color, it will adjust. Now I'm going to go to the next second, so next 1 second, and I'm going to go ahead and change the keyframe and adjust the color. So I'm going to go ahead and adjust it so that it goes to 50% warmer. Then I'm going to go to the next 1 second. So at 2 second mark over here. And then I'm going to adjust it to 0 to its normal state. Then after 1 second later again, which is at 3 seconds, I'm going to adjust the temperature to 50% cooler. So minus 50 over there. And then after that, at the last 1 second, or before the last second, which is at 4 second mark, I'm going to go ahead and revert it back to 0 second or 0 temperature. So now I'm going to go ahead and play it. And as you see, the color of the temperature, so it went warmer, cooler, then warmer, then again reverted back to 0. So it changed with the keyframes. So I did not add anything in the last second because I wanted to add a transition there. So I'm going to add a transition over here and then change the time to 1 second. Now I'll just play it so that you can see what's happening. As you can see, that happened. Now I'll just add another dissolve and also put it to 1 second. There you go. As you can see, we have a smooth transition. So that's one way of changing colors depending on the various scenes you have. Then I'm going to go to 10 second mark over here. I have another cut over there to have more editing to our. As you can see over here, the tint also changes. So you have also the vibrance over here, which makes sure that your color is much more vibrant or less more vibrant. And then at the end, you have saturation as well. So if you were to, let's say, increase the vibrance, it's going to make your entire scene for your video much more colorful and much more vibrant. Otherwise, if you were to lower down your vibrance, then it's going to give you a scene, or it's going to make you feel like your video clip is in a post-apocalyptic era kind of feel. So you will see a lot of movies or series, like for example, The Walking Dead. The Walking Dead has very less vibrance in their series to make it look much more post-apocalyptic. Whereas if you were to increase the vibrance, you will find a similarity with Disney type of movies or Disney type of animated movies, where you will see a lot more colorful scenarios. Like around here. And as I mentioned before, Walking Dead or other post-apocalyptic cinemas, movies or series tend to use less vibrance, because color invokes emotions, and you have color theory for that as well. So I would suggest you to learn color theory. There are a lot of articles that you can look up online for free and read about color theory and what it implies, like on using color theory on your videos, clips, or any kind of graphic related work online. And if I were to put vibrance and saturations to the lowest part, it's going to make the entire clip into black and white. And if I were to adjust the tint, it's going to adjust the tint of the video. The tint is like an overlay filter. Next, we have light, where we work with exposure, brightness, contrast, highlight, shadow, white, and black. And light is basically color itself, because if you have read about how light works, you can see that if you were to put a small little ray of white light through a prism, the prism will differentiate and expand and like underneath a certain angle, that is, it's going to differentiate the color into a rainbow colors, right? So whites work like that. So lights are a form of color, as I mentioned before. So if you were to bend the light, then it was going to refract into multiple colors, and it will diffract and split up into various colors of shades of colors, which you will see in rainbows. So you have RGB, red, blue, and green, and it does not work with solid colors. So if you were to have, let's say, color paint, if you were to like mix in red, blue, and green, is going to have a very dark meshy color, right? But it's different with light. If you have a red torchlight, if you have a blue torchlight, if you have a green torchlight, and if you were to put all of those lights into one spot, it's going to come up as white. Now to fast forward up a bit, let's go ahead and change the exposure to see what happens. Now, as you can see, if I were to increase the exposure, most of the whiteness inside my clip over here increased. Now, moving on. But before that, as you can see, the more whiteness increases of the video as I increase the exposure. Now, let's say you have a scene where you have a very less light. You can increase the exposure to make sure that every object in the video looks much more better and clearer, depending on the quality of the clip of the video that you're using in your project. Now, if you want to have, let's say, a flash of light coming in, so you can also do that here using the keyframe panel or adding keyframes. Let me add a keyframe of an exposure over here. So after 0.5 seconds, let me just go to 6 seconds exactly and put a keyframe for the exposure. Let me just go to 6.5 seconds, which is 6 seconds and 12 milliseconds. That is 6.5 seconds. Then I'm going to add the keyframe in for the exposure. Let's keep it at 40. And exactly at 6 seconds, I'm going to go ahead and reduce down the exposure back to 0. And at 7 seconds, I'm going to go ahead and also go back to 0. So in the span of 6 to 7 seconds, the exposure is going to increase and decrease. So I can also, as you can see, the exposure or the dramatic entry type of like flash which I'm trying to give is taking too long. So you can go ahead and manually drag those keyframes and make them closer. You can also go to keyframe panels to see where exactly your keyframes are at. You can adjust them over here as well. And you can also increase or decrease them however you want to. So now I'm going to go ahead and play it and see what is happening. As you can see, there you go. I'm just going to increase the exposure over here to 100. As you can see, there's a flash over there. So you can also use the keyframe panel with color or any kind of exposure or any kind of color adjustment vignette and use them like this to have your exposure like that. I'm just going to keep them as they are like that. Then you have the brightness over here. So the brightness doesn't only increase the exposure, it increases the tones of whiteness. So you have three types of tones: the high tone, the mid tone, and the low tone or the dark tone. So what does it do? The brightness changes mostly it affects mostly the mid-tone and the high tone. The mid-tone less, high tone more. So what do I mean by mid-tone, then high tone and low tone? So you have 3 types of tones in your video clips. The high tones basically refers to the whiteness, the mid-tones refers to the grayness, and the low tones basically means the dark areas of your video, like pitch black or any kind of like darker parts of your video or clip. And the contrast affects mostly the low tones and the mid tones. So you can make the shadows look much more sharper, or you can make the shadows look much more visible, like you can see through the shadows. If I were to decrease the total amount of shadows here, if I were to lower it down to the lowest point, and the highlights work exactly like the contrast, but with more whiteness to it. It only affects the whiteness. So any kind of whiteness inside your video, highlights will affect only them, and shadows will only affect the low tones. And the white and the black are self-explanatory at the below, because white and black's part, the whiteness and the black part only affects, as I said, it's self-explanatory. The white affects the whiteness of the video, or the white parts of the video, and the black affects the black parts of the video. As you can see when I'm adjusting it. And that's basically it for the light part over here. Now I'm just going to go ahead and move to adjustments. I'm just going to go to 15 seconds over here and make a cut, or split it. And then I'm just going to add some transitions in, make them 1 second, and apply to all. I've shown you what color and light can do. Now what adjust can do. So adjustment over here in Filmora only works with sharpen. So you can make the video blurry, or you can make the edges of all the objects much more sharper. Now over our last video, I'm going to show you what you can do with other color effects. We're going to work with the vignette. Now, as you can see, there's different forms of tools here. You have amount, you have size, you have the roundness, you have feather, you have exposure, and you have highlight. So let's go ahead and see what each and every one of these can do. Vignette works with the borders of your screen, like the top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right corners of your video. And if I were to increase it, as you can see, the whiteness is increasing, right? As you can see, I can increase or decrease the size over here. I can also change the roundness as well. I can also change the roundness to make it a perfect circle, or make it much more oval shaped. And like I can change the feather to make it look like it's like a straight circle line or circumference, or I can increase the feather and make it a much more blurry or meshy. I can increase the exposure or decrease the exposure, and I can also increase or decrease the highlights over here, as you can see. Now the amount here, if I were to decrease it, you will have a blacker border. So let's say that there are various uses for a vignette. Let's say you're into film production. Okay, now you're making, let's say, a World War II film. Now you are showing the first perspective, like a first perspective camera camera perception through a helmet camera, and you're recording that. And let's say you have a scene where, let's say, the soldier that you're recording through the camera helmet is has been blown away by a grenade. So now you can do one thing. You can use an audio to have that high frequency squeaky sound in, and you can apply this vignette, because as you can see, that as you can guess, a grenade has a lot of force behind it, right? So the character flies away, the character now gets a lot of damage or is nauseous. Now everything he's seeing is blurry. You can then add a timestamp or a keyframe and increase the vignette there, have a blurry effect added to it, and have that sound audio added to it to give an immersion of what that character has went through while getting impacted with that grenade and not dying but surviving. So, and you will see a lot of examples like this in various movies as well. So let's go ahead and continue with our class. The roundness over here. You can increase or decrease the feather as well. You can also increase the exposure as well. To have, you can also use keyframes on each and every single. If I were to play it now, you'll see that the vignette has been applied there. So let's transition from this clip, from the third clip to the fourth clip, to see a video without the vignette, and to see our last clip over here with the vignette effect from the color. So you can use the keyframes and adjust the amounts or adjust. And the end part over here is color match. Now you can apply the comparison view over here to see two types of sources here, right? Underneath your or inside your player. So the color match works in such a way you can have two clips, okay, and compare them to each other, and use the color match over here to see or to match the colors, and you can increase or decrease the volume values of there. So now, as you can see, I've selected my first clip over here for the reference for the entire total clip that I have over here for the 20-second video, and I've selected that frame underneath a reference, and then I'm going to press OK over here, and then I'm going to click on match over here, and now the color matched. As you can see on the right side, the current window changed the color to match the color for my first video over here. And I can also change and adjust the value to increase or decrease the amount of color match. And you also have protect skin tone option here as well underneath the color match, because it changes the overall color for the video clip, right? Now, the last time you saw it was in LUT, because LUT also changes the entire value or theme or the color of the entire video clip. Now, if I were to press OK, as you can see, it got applied and the entire color of it changed. So let's say you have multiple clips, you're making a movie or you're making any kind of video for any kind of project. It can be a lengthy video, it can be a short video, but you have a lot of complexity, a lot of things going on in your timeline, and you want to color match everything. So you can use the color match over here, which is a very cool utility here in Filmora that you can go ahead and use. And in most other softwares, you do not have color match options or utilities that much, and you need to do it manually. For example, you have Premiere Pro, right? Premiere Pro doesn't have any specific color match. If there are any templates, external templates or any kind of presets or any kind of utilities, you need to download them and install them in Premiere Pro. But in Filmora, you already have this as a basic default option here that you can go ahead and use anytime that you want. And it's very, very convenient for you to use it. So that'll be all for this lesson, as we have almost reached to the end of the time for this lesson. And I've showed you what you can do with the basic tools underneath color. In our next lesson, I'm going to show you what you can do with HSL curves and color wheels. So thank you for staying with me. I hope that this lesson for color was very helpful, and I'll be seeing you. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Filmora for Basics for Beginners. And we are going to continue off where we left off from our previous lesson, which I was showing you about color. So this will be our second lesson on color, and what you can do with color. And on this lesson, I'm going to show you the other options which we could not cover in our previous lesson because we were running out of time. So let's go ahead and get started. So as you can see, I have opened up our previous lesson, or where we used and edited a clip and split the clip in various options. But for this lesson, for this color lesson, the second color lesson that I'm going to go through for you, this will be like about HSL and the other options which were available underneath color. So I'm going to go ahead and first import a clip over here. As you can see, now we have HSL curves and color wheels, which I'm going to go through. But before that, I'm going to go ahead and trim it to 10 seconds over here, or 20 seconds over here, just to show you what we can do with all the other effects of or all the other utilities and tools with color. So I'm going to go ahead and fit it to my timeline over here. And then in the color segment, we're going to go to HSL. So HSL is basically hue, saturation, and luminance. So hue, saturation, and luminance are basically, as you can guess, the hue, it changes the hue, the saturation, and the luminance of the video clip. Now these are the same cases for any kind of photos as well. So if you were to change this, let's say you have a still photo over here, and if you were to change the hue, saturation, and luminance, it will also change how the colors look like in hue, saturation, and luminance for that specific photo or clip or video. So now, as you can see over here, there are a lot of variations of colors: red, orange. Then you have like a bit yellowish green or yellow. Then you have green. Then you have cyan. You have like a purple. You have pink, and you have a little bit navy blue. If I were to make a guess of that color is. And then as you can see, this is HSL. I have enabled it. So hue, saturation, and luminance. If I were to adjust anything, it will adjust how the hue, the saturation, and the luminance works. And there are different kinds of colors. As you can see, I've changed the hue to a bit more pinkish. Now, the color of the car, of the Lamborghini in my video clip over here was red, right? So now as I change the hue for the redness, the color of the red for the hue in my clip also changed to pink. As you can see, it's changing. If I were to decrease the saturation, the color of my vehicle will also change the saturation as well. The parking sign over here is red, and also the vehicle, and also the color of the vehicle over here, the Lamborghini here, is also red. So in this entire clip, you have two colors with redness in it: the parking sign and the vehicle over here. So as you can see, I decreased the saturation, and it decreased the saturation of my vehicle as well, and also the parking as well. Now, if I were to go to orange and change anything, nothing of that color will change in my entire clip here, because we rarely have any kinds of shades of orange color inside our clip over here. So HSL will only change the colors that are present inside the video, and you can also save your settings, custom settings as well. As you can see, you all have the save as custom settings at the bottom right corner. So let's make our Lamborghini a bit more pinkish, and you have the luminance as well. So as you can see, if I were to explain it, so the luminancy will increase the brightness of the color from like dark to white. So the luminance will affect the whiteness and the darkness of the color. As you can see over here, you have dark red to mid to pale white red, then white. So if I were to make it really dark, it will make the color of the car very dark. It looks like a metallic color. And I can turn off and turn on to make you see the difference between the two while editing the HSL. And as you can see, if I were to turn off and turn on, the white shades of our entire clip changes. As you can see, the walk path for humans over here, or the footpath or the sidewalk, more or less, changes the color as well, because we have a bit of shade of reddish hue on the sidewalk as well, but that is barely noticeable. But once we change and work around with the hue, we can see the difference that is making. So I'll just decrease the saturation up a bit so that the vehicle retains its hue color, which I've changed, but the pink color for the sidewalk, or the color for the sidewalk, goes away if I were to decrease down the saturation. If I were to increase the luminosity a bit, as you can see, it became bright pinkish color because of the hue to be very dark. I'll just keep that at the middle so that everything looks neat and clean. And you can work with HSL to figure out what kind of color ranges that your clip has. And as you can see, I went to the cyan color because the sky behind this is like cyan type color, right? So it will change the shades a bit. Now if I were to play it and turn off and turn on to see, as you can see, there's the difference between the two. You can change how the entire video looks like and feels like if you were to go ahead, use HSL and change or edit or modify how your clip looks like. And depending on what you are visioning or what you have as a vision for your clip will come out very unique as well. The more creativity that you can inspire yourself while making or editing videos like this. I'm going to go ahead and import another video, and I'm just going to trim it and match this video over here and make it so that it's like 10 seconds over here. Now we're going to work with curves. Now, as you can see, the curves is enabled and you have 3 forms of curves: the red, the green, the blue. So I'm going to go back over here and keep playing it to see. I'll turn it to half quality so that it renders much more faster. So I'm going to go to where most of the greens of this video is shown, and I'm going to go to curves over here. So the Y curve over here, the line over here represents the whiteness, the Y that is. If I were to like click and drag on any part of this white curve, it's going to change how the light works or how the whiteness works, and you can see the chart or the graph where the whiteness is shown here. The entire spectrum. So if I were to increase this, as you can see, and you can also see the amount of blue, green, and red is affecting the video. So let's say you want to decrease the red over here, you can go to the red segment and you can change it or lower it down to however you want. And as you can see, the white started increasing and the red is a bit decreased because, as you can see in the clip, at the beginning, because of the brownness, you can see the red, green, and blue color. Because the red, green, and blue color like mixed together creates whiteness, and white has all the spectrums of the colors, right? So that's why the curves over here represents only 4 colors: white, red, green, and blue. White affects the red, green, and blue, and you can specifically edit the red, green, and blue from any part of this video clip as well. And as you can see, because of the blue and the green, the redness or the brownness, which is in between redness, is low in the clip. So now I can also select the eyedropper tool and select the color over here, and it's going to point, and it's going to create a point on my curve over here. So that color or that light part over there is from that point which has been newly created on my curve. And as you can see, now 3 points have been selected. 1 point I've created and adjusted manually, and the 2 points were added through the eyedropper tool over here. As you can see, if I were to go ahead and change those specific tones which I have selected using the eyedropper tool, it will affect directly those specific colors of tones from that clip. Now I'm going to go ahead and play it, and as you can see, the changes I've made have already been applied to the entire video. And I can also reset everything using that reset icon. Now red over here, as you can see, if I were to increase or decrease the red, it will increase the redness, the green as well, and the blue as well. And if I were to increase everything like this together, it basically affects the whiteness as well. That's this is one of the reasons why, like, instead of just red, blue, green and blue curve, you also have the white curve. Because if you want to change all the curves together in one point, instead of doing that, which is tedious, you can go ahead and use the white curve to adjust it to whatever you want it to adjust to. So if I were to increase all of them together, it will increase the overall brightness. So you can control specific colors, the shades of those colors, the brightness and the contrast of those colors with the darkness of those specific colors as well. Now, as you can see, the adjustments which I made are like giving it a much more clearer type of shade of color. And that is basically how curves work. And I'm going to add another clip over here and trim it back to 10 seconds. And now I'm gonna use like color wheel. So color wheels over here, as you can see, color wheels are basically the same as like basic HSL or curves, but instead of this, you have highlights, midtones, and shadows. Now highlights are the high tones, which I mentioned before, midtones are the midtones, and the shadows are the darker parts of the image or the clip or the video. Now you have several options over here, as you can see. On the color wheels, now if you were to go ahead and click and drag anywhere in the color wheel for any segment over here for highlights, midtones, or shadows, he's going to go ahead and change the color of the entire video for that specific color, for that specific tone. And you have the brightness as well, highlights, midtones, and shadows. As I've mentioned before, how highlights, like you can use change highlights to change the high tones. Midtones, if you were to change anything, it's going to change the midder tones or the grayish tones, and the shadows will decrease or increase the, as you see, when I adjust these settings, it will adjust those specific values. And as you can see, I can reset all of these values. And as you can see, these are the midtones. And as you can see, if I were to increase or decrease the shadows. And as you can see, I increase the midtones, which will make sure that the grayish parts are much more visible. I decrease the highlights so that the light matches with the midtones, and I decrease the shadows so that everything is now overall balanced in case of lighting, and you can see the image or the clip or the video much more clearly. And it will retain all the colors. And you can also change how the color works with the variables. As you see, if I were to hover my mouse on top of any parts here, highlights, midtones, or shadows, a marker will come up in the middle. So the middle part basically represents the whiteness. And if I were to move that middle marker anywhere, it's going to change the values. Or you can manually change the values using those numbers. As you can see, the 0.00 for each case for highlights, midtones, and shadows. Those are the red, green, and blue hues. And as you can see, the shadows, I have increased it to the reddish, and every dark areas or any kind of like darkish shades in our low tones in our entire image changed. And as you can see here, you will not see any pitch black or black parts anymore. Everything is in the shade of red, entirely red, if I were to change it any color. And if I were to change every color here to yellow, highlights, midtones, and shadows, if you were to look at the video clip in the player, you will see that you cannot differentiate any color. Like there's no ash color, there's no white color, there's no brown color. Every color here inside is a shade of yellow. Now the vegetables here, you cannot say that they're green. Like they have a green hue to it, but at the end, it's a hue which also consists of the color primary yellow. every color is a shade of yellow inside our clip now, as I've set everything to yellow. Now if I were to go and change my midtones to green and keep everything to yellow, we have our greenish hue. And I'm going to just go ahead and reset everything back to default. So how do you work with color wheels? So let's say you want to change your tone to in your entire video, you can go ahead and use everything. So the best way to use the color tools and utilities here is to adjust everything and match everything together. So you can use basic HSL, curves, and color wheels together to compromise and combine all of them together to have unique effects. So I'm going to go ahead and change. So I'm going to give Mission Impossible. And as you can see, I've selected the protect skin tone, and it is retaining the skin tone of our character here. Let's go for a cooler temperature and then color over here. Let's go ahead and increase the exposure and brightness down a bit. So I'm going to make it less contrasty. I can also change the contrast and the brightness, or I could just increase the shadows a bit. We already have a lot of whiteness to it, but I'll go ahead and add it, and I'm going to go ahead and increase the blackness up a bit so that we have a much more clearer image and focused image, and it looks way more better than before. And I'm going to go ahead and increase the sharpness as well, so our image looks much more crisp, and the vegetables here, the leaves of the vegetables look much more crisper and sharper. Now we're going to go to HSL and go to our green segment over here, because we have a lot of greenery in our image, and as I've mentioned before, the hue, saturation, and luminance underneath HSL will affect that specific color which I've selected and which I'm going to go ahead and edit now. So I'm going to change the hue to a much more greenish shade and increase the saturation a bit so that the green vegetables here look much more vibrant. And the luminosity, I'm going to go ahead and make it darker so that the greens pop out more. Now I'll go to the curves and go to the green, and I'm going to go ahead and increase this up a bit. And then I'm going to go ahead and greenish, like a soft greenish part. And as I've mentioned before, I have turned on the protect skin tone, and as you can see, the skin tone of our character here does not change that much, even if I'm changing how the color wheel, the curves, the HSL, and how I've adjusted the basic settings as well. The skin tone is being kept non-changed, or being preserved, that is. So to continue onwards, as I was saying, as I've turned on the protective skin tone, the skin tone of our character does not change. So I'm going to reduce the midtones down a bit and get a bit more reddish. And for the shadows, I'm just going to increase the shadows a bit for me to see everything clearly. And then I'm going to render my entire preview by clicking on that render icon, and it's going to render my entire preview. Then I'm going to play it. And as you can see, our entire color edit is now completed, and now it also plays very smoothly after renderation, and it also looks pretty good, neat, and clean and crisp as well. So that'll be all for this lesson, or these two lessons on color, and I'll be seeing you in the come back to Filmora for beginners basic. And for this lesson, I'm going to go ahead and teach you about video editing utilities and how you can edit your videos using those utilities. So let us go ahead and get started. So I have opened up a new project over here. Then I'm going to go to import media, and I'm going to import the medias or videos over here. And I'm just going to import a video inside, and then I'm going to go ahead and trim it to about 10 seconds. Fit to screen and make it 10 seconds exactly. Then underneath video over here, just like what you did with color, underneath video over here, you have several forms of utilities. You have basic, where you have transform, compositing, background, auto enhance, drop shadow. You have mask, AI tools, and animation. And I'm going to go through everything as we go. So let's say I go to like 2.5 seconds, 2 and 12 seconds over here, and I'm just going to go ahead and like do a split, and I'm going to go ahead and make my video into like 4 segments and teach you how to work with like video editing utilities in the Filmora as we did with color. I'm going to organize everything, and I'm going to place everything in separate layers. And in basic over here, you have transform, compositing, background, auto enhance, and drop shadow. And I'll show you what each of things can do. But before that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and copy this video and paste it. Ctrl C and Ctrl V and paste it over here. Now, why I created 2 video layers over here is because I would want to show you what background does. So if I were to like tell it to you now, if you were to enable background while selecting a video clip, that video will be selected as a background for your clip instead of like a black background. And here underneath transform, you have various forms of tools. You can scale your clip size. You can change the position of your clip, and you can rotate it as well. You also have flips, so you can flip it horizontally, vertically, or rotate it anti-clockwise or like clockwise as well in 90 degrees. And as you can see, I've changed the scale, and you can also manually change the scale like this, as I'm doing with my mouse over here and selecting and dragging. So let's say you want to make a cinematic view of your video clip, which you will see in a lot of videos like widescreen, right? So you can just go ahead and change the Y value and lower it down. I'll keep it at 70 over here. But as you can see, 70 is too much, so I'm going to go ahead and keep it at 80. Let's keep it at 85. That looks okay. And you can also link the X and Y plane, so that once you like change X, the Y will change as well, and it will uniformly change. And this is the position, as you can see. And I'm going to keep everything at 0 to like make it centered. And as you can see, these are the flips, and you can also rotate anti-clockwise and clockwise alike 90 degrees. And that is the uniform link, which I mentioned before. And that's basically it for the transform utility over here. So let me go ahead and show you what the background does. I'm going to re-enable this video, and if I were to enable this background, if I were to move this, as you can see, even if I were to move my video clip over here, the video clip will be set as a background. And as you can see, that's the background, and the background will be a bit blurred out. So now continuing onwards, here we have the like compositing the background, the color as well, where we can like change the color for the background. And as you can see, I can go ahead and change and the background has been set over here. So that's just a background. And you can also like have it a type, like blur type of background. You can have it color as a solid color or a pattern. You can give it like basic blur, directional blur, grainy blur, color blur, or a radial blur. And each and every single one has their own effects, and you can also change the amount of blur or the level of blur for each and every background type blur as well. So the auto enhance will automatically enhances and adjusts the colors and all the other variables inside your video. Then we have the drop shadow. If we were to use the drop shadow, as you can see, I've turned on the background. The background is there. Now I have not cropped, resized or rescaled using the transform utility for my video over here, and decrease the Y values. Then after that, I have used the drop shadow. And as you can see, you have different types of drop shadow here. Defaults of tilted, projection. You can also change the angle, the color, the distance, the blur amount, and the opacity of the shadow as well. And you will find similar kind of this effects in a few filters in Instagram, Facebook, Messenger as well. The one effects that you can like go ahead and search through for the adding story functionality on the social media platforms, like on Instagram Reels and like camera. Like once you try to give in effects, there are some effects which has this kind of effects. So what they basically do is they upload an image, and the image acts as a background. A slight blur is added to it, and the image is rescaled in the center without like losing its resolution. So that is how a lot of effects are used. But you can do that as well for videos, but here in Filmora, or have a similar kind of effect here in Filmora. Soft, you have tilted, you have projection as well. I'm going to go with default. I'm going to change the angle a bit. Just put this angle. I will just make the angle in such a way so that the shadows is seen on the top side and on the bottom side as well. And I'm going to change the color of the shadow. So I'm going to keep it as black for now. I can also increase or decrease the distance, as you can see. So I do not want any distance to it, so that the entire shadow like acts like a frame towards my video for both the top and the bottom side of the video. And you can also go ahead and increase the blur, or I can basically make my shadow much more sharper or much more blurrier or fuzzier. And I can increase the opacity to make the shadow much more visible. So that's it for the basic video utilities. So underneath compositing over here, you have blend mode. So this basically changes how your video blends in. So if you were to select this video clip and change the compositing, now if you have like several layers of objects, utilities, or any kind of graphics throughout this entire project, like like which ranges for the first like 5 seconds or so, and if you were to change how it looks like, or the first 2.5 seconds for this clip, let's say I have a lot of intros and a lot of other text going up, this compositing will affect this video in such a way so that it interacts with the other layers as well. It's basically the blending mode and how it blends in with other layers. So you can have, as you can see, if I were to reduce down the opacity when the blend mode is normal, it will go ahead and make the video transparent. And the other blend mode options are there as well. As you can see, I'm increasing and decreasing the opacity. And you can have different kinds of blend options. So you have darken, and as you can see, it affects the video. There's multiply, there's color burn, there's linear burn. Now, as I've set this video as a background as well, it's the blend mode is working with the background, and you can see that the background is affecting how this video clip is being displayed due to the differentiation in the blend mode or the compositing. So if I were to remove the background and change the blend mode, as you can see, there's not much change into it. But if you were to have different forms of layers of video clips below this layer, then it's going to change. It will not affect any layers of objects on top of this video clip. I'm going to go ahead and remove the compositing, and underneath transform over here, I'm going to unlink the Y plane, and I'm going to go ahead and increase it. And then I'm going to go ahead and change the compositing as well. As you can see, nothing's happening over here. So if I were to change my background and move the video clip, as you can see, the blend mode is, now you can see the blend mode and how it is affecting the entire clip. So these are like several, you have lighten, you have linear burn, darker shades of like blends, you have lighter shades of blends. Then you have the screen type of effects. It screens in. You have color dodge. And lighten, I'm just going to keep it as lighten because it makes it look much more neat and clean. So I'm going to go ahead and select the clip range and I'm going to render it so that when I play it, it plays without any kind of lag. As you can see the difference between the two with the blend mode and with the blend mode off. Now I'm going to go for masking over here. Now masking is normally done to have several forms of videos play with each other underneath the same segment, time segment or timeline, even though they are on different layers. So masking helps with that. So I'm going to show you. First I'm going to go ahead and create something or do something with the masking, and then I'm going to go ahead and explain to you what I basically did and how masking works. I'm going to add a clip in and trim it down. I've added a clip to here, and I'm going to go ahead and select my second layer, video 2 layer, video clip, and I'm going to go ahead and select a mask over here. And once I've selected a mask form over here, now these are the shapes. You have the pen tool where you can go ahead and mask specific areas, which I'll show you later on. Then I have selected just a line over here. And as you can see, once I selected that and selected the clip, my transform tool popped up over here. But I clicked on the wrong clip. Now, as you can see, this is a mask. Now, if I were to use the keyframe panel and change it, I can have a smooth slide transition. And I can also have a blur strength to feather the border in. As you can see, this is the feather. And you can also rotate it to however you want. I'm going to keep it at -180 over here. And you can also have invert mask as well. And I can move around my masking tool over here. And you can also manually adjust the sliders to adjust the values as well from the video clip. I'm going to keep it like that, and I have a keyframe over here. Let me go to the beginning, select the video clip, and then add the keyframe in for my transform tool mask. And then I'm going to add a keyframe over here. At the end, I'm going to go ahead and so around 3.5 seconds, which I've decided. I'm going to go ahead and move this right at the end over here. If you're unable to find the sliders or the handles on your video, you can go ahead and change the values manually through the video and through the mask underneath the video. Now I have applied the keyframes, and now I'm going to go ahead and play it so that you can see how you can use this masking tool or the masking utility to have a unique effect to your video. You can also use this like a transition as well. As you can see, the masking made it so we have masked and had a transition through the clip. So continuing onwards, as you can see, there are various forms. You have the pen tool, you have rectangle tool, ellipse tool, and 2 parallel line tools. And you can go ahead and I'll go ahead and first render this clip after selecting this so that it plays smoothly. As you can see with the feathered effect, it has a blurry type of sliding transition type over here. You can have masking. You can use masking to go through a lot of filters or layers. Now you'll find a lot of TikTok videos, right? Transitions and stuff. You can go ahead and put your, let's say, various clips over here, match them with the audio, and do like transitions or transition effects with the masking over here if you want to. So that's also an option. Now if I were to go ahead and use the pen tool over here, I can go ahead and add a mask over here. Now there's nothing in the background, hence the background is black over here. But if I were to go ahead and add a clip, so I'm just going to go ahead and first adjust this like this so that you can see. You can also feather it out as well. You can adjust the blur strength as well. So let me so to further explain, I can copy this video layer, paste this right at the background, or have a background, or set a background for this video. And for this specific mask layer over here, I can add a filter to it. Okay, so I can add a filter on this mask, and I can have a specific effect to it. So I'm going to go to effects over here and add, set a filter. So I'm just going to go to effects over here and set a filter to it, so that you can see. So if I were to go ahead and add a filter on top over here with the masking, it's going to be affecting only the masked layer. I'm just going to go ahead and download the filter right now. Then I'm just going to go ahead. And as you can see, the filter has been affected. And I can just drag and drop the effect right on the video over here. And underneath effects over here, you can see the light leak effect, which I've just put over here. And as you can see, I played it from the beginning of this clip. The light leak effect has been placed on this video. Now I'll just undo everything and place a copy version right below, and then I'm just going to disable this clip and go to mask over here. Then I'm going to go to select the pen tool. I'm just going to undo the masking first, then copy it and paste it right there. Disable this clip, add a pen tool, clip masking clip over here, or masking area over here. There you go. Once that is done, we just tilt it a bit so that it looks good. Let's go for exposure. So it's going to go ahead and apply it on this as you go. Then I'm going to add a blur amount to it. Then I'm going to re-enable this. And as you can see, that effect is now being placed on the vehicle which I have selected the mask on. Now there are a lot of ways that you can use this masking effect or masking utility like this. Like for example, let's say a video clip where you have an actress. Let's say you are into filmmaking. You have an actors, which these are actually done in real life industries. So you have an actress. They are shooting for a scene. Everything's good. The background looks crisp, clear. Everything's in HD. Everything's fine, except for the fact that the lighting on the face of the characters is a bit low. So for each frames, you can go ahead and use the mask, use the keyframes, and move the keyframes or the areas of the masking layer according to going around the face, that is, or circling around the face. And you can have filters, effects, or use the color tool or color utilities to change how the color looks like on their faces. So that is also another way that you can go ahead and use. As you can see, the effect is still here in the masking over here. I'm going to go ahead and render everything, and at the end over here, we're going to go to animation. So I can add a fade in animation to it. As you can see, it adds some keyframes in. It fades in. I'll just move it in so that it plays a bit more faster, fading in. You can also create these animations customly just by going to the video basic, and underneath the blend mode or the compositing, you can just decrease down the opacity, adding it a keyframe, and increasing the opacity as it comes in when playing in the timeline. So you can also manually create that type of a fading in animation or fading out animation. But these are some automatic presets, animations over here. Then you have preset motions legacy, where you will have a lot more other tools and other utilities of choices that you can go ahead use from. You have various. So I'm going to go ahead and add the boom over here. And as you can see, that has been affected. So I have applied it, and as you can see, that effect places on there. So that'll be all for like this lesson on video and its utilities. Underneath AI tools, you can generate like other stuff as well. Like AI tools are completely like controlled by AI. You can just give in the commands for the AI and you can just generate. It's all about the prompts and how clearly you can make the AI understand the prompts. That is. So that'll be all for this lesson, and I'll be ending this lesson here. And I'll be seeing you. And welcome back to Filmora Basic for Beginners. And for this lesson, I'm going to go through titles now. In one of our previous lessons, I've taught you how you can add text, right? In this one, I'm going to show you how you can add titles and edit titles. Now, Filmora has a wide variety of already preset created titles in their library. We will be using those and we'll be creating our own titles as we go as well in our videos. So let's go ahead and get started. Now I've opened up a new project over here, and I will go ahead and make so that each and every single video here is about like, let's say 6 seconds each. There you go. This one as well. I'm going to place this so that it's 6 seconds each. And this one as well, so that it's 6 seconds each. There you go. Now I'm going to go ahead and put some transitions into them between all of this. So I'm going to give a warp zoom transition and then play it out to see if the transitions look good or not. That looks good. Case for this one, this looks good as well. There you go. Now I'm going to go ahead and use titles and show you how you can go and create titles as well. So you can drag and drop it. As you can see, the titles are over here. So if I were to place this over here, it's going to download and place it. Now this is a basic title, so I'm going to first show you how titles work. So if I were to play it from beginning, as you can see, the title is over there. So let's just keep it very simple. So there's a very simple title over here. We do not want this. Let's go ahead and see what titles we have. So we have that one. We have this one. Then we have a subtitle as well. For titles, you have the social media subscribe over here as well. This is a bit animated. So as you can see, social media. This one as well. It's a bit animated. Now this one looks like a very good animated title. Now this one here as well. It's a good animation title, so I'm going to go ahead and use this one as our title bar. And then I'm going to go ahead and reduce it down to, let's say, 2 seconds. And if I were to play it from the beginning, I see it fast forwarded and it came up. And then it's going to go out like that. Now 2 seconds seems a bit too short, so let's keep it at 3 seconds. So there you go. Now let's put it into 3 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and play. It looks much more better. Now the subscription bar over here, I do not want that. So I want to go ahead and let's say I use the subscription. It's okay. So I'm going to go ahead and reduce it down to 3 seconds as well. Place it over there, and at the end I'm going to play and see how it looks like. There you go. I can go ahead and select this, select everything over here. So let's go ahead and edit our titles now. So I'm going to go ahead. This is the lower title on top, and this is the bigger title in the middle over here. So I'm going to go ahead and move this and edit our first title over here. So the title here should be, let's say it's Lamborghini. So let's go for Lamborghini. Showcase. There you go. This one, I'll just move it back so that it fits perfectly. There you go. Then this is the name of your channel. So let's say Car Z is the name of your YouTube channel. Let's say you're making this video for YouTube. Now you put this as a YouTube. Now let me go ahead and add some effects to it. Let's try to keep it very simple. With this looks better. I'm going to go with that. And for this one, I'm going to go with, let's say, this gradient over here. That looks perfect. And if we were to play it from beginning, as you see, that looks very wonderful. And now let's go at the end. So social media name, it's RZ. So RZ. The social media producer is there. So I'm going to go ahead and change this one's name. Let's say the producer's name is Alfred. Alfred Gonzalez. Let's just keep that name there. I'm going to place it right over there. I'll just zoom in a bit so that I can place it uniformly. Let's say I want to keep it right over here. Just move it over there. Let me just move it over here. There you go. Grab both of them together and place them right at the middle over here. There you go. That looks much more better. Now I'll just zoom out. Now I'll just play from the beginning so you can see how it looks like. Or better yet, let me do another edit version or another edit. Zoom in again. Just going to place this right in the center and place this right in the center over here. There you go. Now I'm going to zoom out. Now I'll play it and show you how it looks like. There you go. That looks better. And if we were to play it from the beginning, Lamborghini Showcase Car Z. Now let's try to add another title in the middle over here. Okay. Now we have also another title like this. Let's go ahead and see what this looks like. And it's downloading, so let's wait for it to get downloaded. And that has been downloaded. I'm just going to drag it, drop it over here, place it right on top of here. Now, as you can see, this one also has a background to it. So you can put this title as an intro to it, but you can also do one thing. You can also have like a effect to it or a transition to it, or you can also put like, let's say, right click on it, or you can change the opacity of it. So underneath transform over here, you have the scale of compositing. You can add compositing to it. So you can add a linear dodge, soft dodge, or anything normal. So let me create this as a background. But before that, as you can see, this is our title over here. This is our transformation tool over here. So underneath video over here, I can go for, let's say, the blend mode, darken, multiply, color burn, linear dodge, lighten, screen, color dodge. Let's go for color dodge. So once color dodge is there, now I can go ahead and play it. As you can see, it has a unique effect to it as well with the color dodge over here. So you can also have that kind of uniqueness to it as well. You also have this, put your text over here. You also have this, you also have this, as you can see, as a title. You also have this one as well, lower third. You have various forms of titles here that you can go ahead and use to see how they all look like. Okay, so you have various subtitles, you have VFX text, you have end credits as well for endings. You have Easter, you have popular, so you have credits here as well that will show up every name. Let's say you have a large team. Okay, let's say you have a large team and you want to credit everyone, so you can go ahead and add the credit name over here. Like, for example, if I were to place this like right at the end, I can go ahead, select this, go over here, and have credit name for everyone over here as well. But we do not want that for our project now for this one. As you can see, we have now completed our video with everything already placed over here. And that's how you can use the titles. There are various forms of titles over here that you can go ahead and use. I'll be showing you how you can go ahead and use the titles to create a unique video in one of our class projects later on. But for now, that'll be all for this lesson, and I'll be seeing you in our class projects. Hey there everyone, and welcome back to Filmora for Basic Beginners. And for this lesson, we're going to go through stickers and draw tool. So I'll show you how you can use stickers to further enhance your videos, and also some draw tools to have some uniqueness to your videos as well. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started with our lesson. So I have opened up one of my previous projects over here just to show you what you can do with stickers. Okay. Then I'll be showing you what you can do with some graphics. I'll use both of them to show you what you can do. Now, let's go ahead and explore some stickers. Let's go ahead and explore this sticker, for example, this subscribe tool over here. As you can see, this is a subscribe tool. So in our previous file over here, let's go ahead and edit. Let's go ahead and remove this. Okay, let's go ahead and use this sticker. So I'm going to go ahead and use this sticker at the end. Let's keep it at, let's say, 2 seconds, which will make sure the animation here lasts for 2 seconds. As you can see, subscribe. There you go. But it's very short. It was very, very short. Now, stickers will not adjust the animation. Okay. Stickers are already like videos, you know, more or less, you can say. So if I were to, like, let's say, play it from here, as you see, it's going to stay like that. So it ended. Let's see where it ended. So it ended right about here. There you go. Now let's zoom in to see exactly where it ended. A little bit forward. There you go. It ended right about here. So I'm going to go ahead, cut this one, and delete this one. I'm going to go ahead and fit it to our screen. There you go. And that's the total amount that we have for our sticker. So I'm going to go ahead and play it like that. Subscribe. There you go. Now it ended with our video as well. So that's basically how you can have a sticker. There's animated stickers. There's like still stickers as well. Now let's try to look at this thumbs up over here. Animated thumbs up. As you can see, there you go. We have this animated thumbs up over here. So I'm going to go ahead and also place this on our another layer. Let's fit it to our screen. There you go. Now I would want to move this part to our sticker over here. So I'm going to first see where our sticker lands. There you go. It's at the. So I want this to be right over here. That's right over here. I want the thumbs up, scale it down a bit to be right over here. There you go. Now the thumbs up is not that much, how can I say? Isn't that much unique to say, because it does not pop up. It doesn't have any animation to it. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some animation to our thumbs up. So I'll just give the fade in animation to it. There you go. At the beginning. So now let's play and see. As you see, that animation looks perfect. Now, the thumbs up, there's no background to the thumbs up. So how can we add a background that does not mess with our entire video? Okay. So I'm going to add the thumbs up on another separate layer on top. There you go. Just reduce it down like that. Now here we can use the draw tool in order to create a background. So you have a rectangle, you have arrow, you have ellipse, you have triangle. So let's go ahead and use the arrow. If I were to create something like this, as you can see, there's the arrow. We have the arrow over here. I can place it like that. Over here, I can change it so that I can scale it as well. So it comes up there. I'll just place it right below so that it goes right below our thumbs up. But I don't want that. I always try to keep it like on top, like this. Then I'll place it right below. But I don't want the arrow to be like that. What I would want is to have a rectangle or a circle below our thumbs up here. So I'm going to go ahead and create an ellipse, drag it. If I were to hold down Shift, it's going to drag it and create a uniform the large arrow. So I'm going to first move this right below here on a thumbs up, place it like that, rescale it again so that we can fit it inside our thumbs up like this. There you go. As you can see, it fits right there, but I'll just place it there and I'll just place the thumbs up right over there. You go, and I'll just decrease it so that the arrow is like that. And I'll also add animation to our thumbs up, the fade in animation to it. So I'm going to add a fade in to animation, and I'm going to make it so it looks just as same as our thumbs up. There you go. So once I play it, as you can see, our thumbs up is over here. Let me recenter it again. There you go. But before that, let me go ahead and make it so that it falls like that. Then I'm going to move it right over here, or a little bit upwards. There you go. Now, once that is done, I'm going to go ahead, select the ellipse, change the color for it. So color fill over here. I'm going to add a color like this. Now a bit more darker color. There you go. That looks better. Now I can have a border to it, but I don't want a border to it. So I'm going to go ahead and remove the border, or I can add the border to it and have a blur to the border. Now I can zoom in on our project file over here. Select our circle over here to see the border zoom level. Now I'll just make it so it's black to have a shadowy effect to it. There you go. The thickness to it like that. A little bit blur effect to it like that. There you go. Now our thumbs up looks much more unique, and it also looks much more classy as well. Now what I can do is I can add both of this. Let me just zoom out a bit. Go. Now I'll just add both of this, right click on them and compound them together so that it's, so let's say it'd be like, okay. So there you go. And now it's a compound clip. Now I can go to animation and animate this entire thing. But before that, as it's compounded together, let's go and play it and see. There you go. It's animated like that, right? But I do not want to compound it. Why? Because I'll select the ellipse. There you go. And I would want to transform it. Okay. So once I mean by what do I mean by transformation? So I'm going to go ahead and select this one. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and select this. Go to transform. Select the position outside of our artboard like that, or undo it before. But let me go ahead and add a transform keyframe over there and move it outside to, let's say there. And let's go ahead and play it. There you go. It's right over there. Right now, I'm going to move it backwards on top of our thumbs up right over here, let's say. There you go. I'm going to go ahead and move our thumbs up as well and transform and rotate it so that it moves right there. There you go. Now, if I were to play it from the beginning, there you go. That's a very cool animation that we have for our graphics. So you can go ahead and create and put graphic elements like that. You can have arrows, you can have triangles, you can have rectangles like that, so and so, to have a much more unique ending like that, as you can see. Now, you can also do this in case for the beginning as well, but let's go ahead and edit the middle part over here for some stickers. So I'm just going to go ahead, search, let's say, car stickers. So let's go ahead and see what kind of stickers we have for our cars. These are very cool animation stickers that we have. I'm going to go ahead and place this, let's say, right over here. Now we have the sticker, right? So I'm going to first click on the sticker. There you go. I'm going to flip it like that. Scale it down a bit. There you go. Have it right over here. Let's say, let's scale it down a bit more. There you go, that looks better. Or I can just place it right over here on top. Flip it vertically. There you go. Now if we were to play it from the beginning, there you go, that sticker came up. That looks good for our entire video clip over here. There you go. Now the sticker came up. As you have noticed, the sticker came up. So let's go and let it disappeared, right? So the sticker's limit is over here. Then it's going to loop again. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this over here and delete this. There you go. The sticker disappears and then it does not reappear anymore. There you go. Now we have that sticker there. Now let's add in an animation graphics to it. Okay. So I'm going to go to our rectangle tool over here. Create, let's say, this strip of rectangle over here. I'm going to place it so that it's like centered right over here. There you go. So right on top here. There you go. I'm also going to place this below our, so that we can see our that inverted speedometer. Okay. I'm going to also keep it, like say, the length of our entire clip over here. Going to play it. You see that rectangle came up, right? So I'm going to go ahead and add the same transition over to our rectangle over here. There you go. Now this transition is 2 seconds, right? So I'm going to put this transition at 1 second. There you go. So it matches with the other transition. And if we were to play it, as you see, that transition came in with this one, right? So I'm going to go ahead and do the same case for this one, and I'm going to place it for 1 second. There you go. So that it matches the transitions. Now I want to add an animation to it, but before that, let me go ahead and change this one's color to black and add an animation to it. So I wanted to, let's say, let's go for a preset animation, the boom animation to it. So I'm going to go ahead and apply this animation to it. There you go. So now let's go ahead and play it to see. There you go. Now you have bounce to zoom, you have bounce to zoom. Let's go ahead and double click on it to see what that looks like. Not really. Let's try to see the fade slide. Nope. Down, no. Fade slide 2. No. Fade slide 3. No. Fade slide 4. No. Fade zoom in. Fade zoom out. Let's go for anything. Move to the left or move to the left. That looks good. So let's go ahead and play it and see how it looks like. There you go. But I need to have it so that it shows up like this. There you go. So double click on it, a little bit upwards. There you go. And now let's see how it looks like. Yeah, there you go. That's perfect. Now, if I were to play it, as you see, that came up, right? Now let's add some titles or subtitles to it. So I'm going to go to trending. I have a subtitle part over here. So I'm going to go ahead, place it right over here for say. I'm going to move the subtitles. Where's the top over here? There you go. So let's say the red Lamborghini. Let's say this is a Murcielago. Which is not, this is not a Murcielago. One of the best supercars. Voted by fans. There you go. I'm just going to keep these things like this, for example. I'm going to go to animation. I'm going to go for flip down. No, flip down. No, flip up. No. Go to move to bottom. Move to left. Now let's go ahead and play it and see. As you can see, the text is not there, so no animation. Let's go for no animation. Let's go for preset animation. Let's go for slide right. There you go. Now we can also give a vortex cut as well, but that's not good. Let's go for slide right. Now let's go ahead and play it and see how it looks like. That looks good. Animation over there. So now we're going to go with transition. I'll also try add transitions here and here as well. And I'm going to select like one over here. Apply to all. Now apply to all will also change this. So I need to change them manually over here like this. One. And press enter. There you go. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and play it now. There you go. We have a very good graphic animated video file over here that we can use. You can also do the same thing for the front over here. But here I would want to do something else. So I'm going to go and create a rectangle. First, let me go ahead and select it and drag it so that it's like fits our entire, or fits a bit more than our what we have. Place it right there. I'm going to place it right below this one over here, and place it right over here. I'm going to give it a slide up animation. There you go. Or let's go with slide right animation towards the beginning. There you go. That's been placed over there, right? Now a slide left, or a fade out animation at the end. There you go. Place it right at the end. Right there. So once I play it, I'm going to fade out like that. I want to let it fade out a bit more earlier, or start the animation to fade out a bit more earlier. There you go, we have that, then fade out like that. But the box that I have over here, I want to make it so its opacity is different. So I want to make it so it's less opaque, or less opacity. Okay. We have the border over here. I can reduce or increase the opacity. I have the color for this one as well. So I can go for more over here and change the opacity to it, but I do not want that. So what I would want to do is I would want to do a, not drop shadow, we have transformation over here. So you cannot change the opacity of it. You have the color for here, as you can see, the opacity of the color. But this is the border. Let me remove the border. Let me remove the fill. Underneath fill here, you have the opacity here. There you go. You can change the opacity. There you go. I'm going to change the opacity like that and make the color black so that it pops out more. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to play from the beginning so that you see Lamborghini Showcase from car Z. Then it transitions from here to here with this. Now it lagged a bit because we do not have it rendered. So let me render it first. Here it's rendered now. Now let's make it play it again. Go, we have that. That faded out. Perfect. Then we have this. And that's the end. And you can have a like fade out for the black screen at the end, which I recommend. So you can have a layer on top, which gives a black screen fade out. But that's it. That's basically it on how you can use the draw tool and the titles as well, and the stickers as well together, and with some transitions as well when you can add some audio. So let's go ahead and add some audio to make our video much more cleaner. So let's go for some hip hop audio. Yeah, that looks good. So I'm going to place it right over here and lower down the audio. Let's lower down the audio to there. Place it right over here. This one looks good, so I'm going to place it right over there. But as you can see, this audio is not that much big, so I'm going to close it and not put that. It's very short. Sorry, it's not short. It is big. It's just downloading, so that's why it's not showing the total length in the timeline over here. So I'm just going to wait for it to download, then I'll be back. Once that is downloaded, as you can see, it has now been downloaded. Let me again zoom out. Let me again trim it. Put it right over here. Place it right over there. Now let's try to see this one. This one is, let's skip this one at the middle. Skip this one at the middle. There you go. Now we're just gonna wait for it to download. Then again, I'm going to like trim it down over here. There you go. And place it right on top here. There you go. And once that is done, let's go ahead and play it to see how it looks like or how it sounds like. Now it looks it's now much more better, but we need to add some transitions, audio transitions into it, right? So I'm going to go for a rhythmic fade over here and over here as well. Now let's go ahead and listen to it and see how it sounds like. As you can see, the audio, this one has much more lower speeds than this one. So I'm going to go ahead and increase the audio a bit so that and try to see it for this audio file here to match this one in the middle. A little bit lowering it down. I think that's good now. Let's go ahead and play it again and see. That looks much more perfect, and also this one a bit high like this. Yeah, that looks very good now. Now at the end, I'm going to also have a fade out like that. There you go. Now we have completed on our first ever video over here. Very simple video over here as well. So you can have stickers, you can add effects like that as well. You can have everything like that and make a complete video or edit a complete video like this. That'll be all for this lesson, and this will be the end for all the course lessons I have to offer to show you and to teach you. Next onwards, we'll have several class projects that I'll show you on how you can do. So I'll be ending the lesson here now and the course here now, and I'll be seeing you in our class project. Hey there everyone, and welcome back to our Filmora for Basic for Beginners, and this will be class project 1. So for class project 1, the description is about creating an introduction template or an intro template for any social media platform with a heading and a subtitle. And the steps to follow. So the first of all, you need to create a new project. Second, you need to add text using the text tool or using the title. Title is preferred, but the title needs to be customized. It cannot be any templated title which will be used. Then add animations and transitions. Then import appropriate media and add them as a background to the text, and then animate them using keyframes. Then once everything is done, go to the advanced edit and save them as a custom template. The outcome of this project will force the students first to practice what has been taught already. Afterwards, they will be able to create custom intros into Filmora and save them. So without wasting any more time, let's go ahead to our class project 1 and see how it is done. So I have created a new project over here. Now, first thing first, I'm going to go and add some text. So let's add some text over here. Let me put it at the middle. So let's just have intro here. Or let's add company name here. There you go. So the company name or the company name, company or page or owner or creator name will be here. Will be at this one here. But before that, let's go ahead and add, let's say, a rectangle. Okay, so let me first create a rectangle over here. As you can see, I've created the rectangle over here. I'm going to go ahead and increase the scale of it to add in a sort of border. So underneath transform here, I'm just going to make it so it first fits our entire artboard over here, or entire video file over here. Then I'm going to add in like a border to it like that. This will be okay, and I'll place it at the center. There you go. Now this will be a sort of a border for us to work on. I'm going to decrease down the opacity for it so that we can see what we're working on. So the company name or company logo will be over here. There you go. Now I'll add some animations to it, but later on, first we need to set our grid and organize everything here. Okay. Now, if you were to right click on it, if you were to go to advanced edit, you'll see the advanced edit over here. You'll see the object of that one, the rectangle over there, and you'll see the text over here. You can save this as a custom, my preset one, okay. And this will come up as in titles over here, my preset one over here. That you can save it like that, but I'll go ahead and press delete to delete that. But now, let's go ahead, select this text, go to animation. You'll find a lot of animation over here. So you have the typewriter animation, various forms of animation over here that you can use. Let's go ahead. So I'm going to go ahead and download most of this. Then I'll be getting back to you guys so that I can show what kind of animations we can use to further perfect it. Okay, so I'll be back after downloading all of this. Now I have downloaded most of them. So as you can see, if I were to play it, the animation comes up over here for the typewriter. Then we have this one. Then we have the fade one over here. Then we have the zoom in one over here. Then we have the zoom out one over here. As you can see, now the duration over here, you can adjust the duration. So this is at 5 seconds right now. Over here, as you can see, this one is at 5 seconds where this one ends. So you can adjust the duration. So if I were to increase it like that, as you can see, the duration over here increases as well. But let's not go over there. Let's just keep it at like 5 seconds. Now the intro should be at 5 seconds. So this one, I'll just keep this over here and zoom it over here. This one, I would want to keep this at like 2 seconds. So underneath 5 seconds or 1.5 seconds. There you go. 1.5 seconds. There you go. So if I were to play it, as you can see, that comes up over there. Without further ado, let's go for the underneath titles here and the animations over here. We have zoom in one over here. We have single one over here. And we have zoom round over here. We have left drift over here. This one looks cool. So I'm going to go with this one. So this is going to be the company page owner and creator name over here. Try to keep this within a box. Okay, try to keep this very short. It's not try to keep this very long as it will look very bad. But if your company name is very long, move this towards the center over here. But try to keep this over here. There you go. So that will be there. Next, we want the main title to be inside. Okay. So let's try to give a new text. Big text over here. There you go. I'll keep it short like that there. Let's try to keep this over here for now. Now the text over here, this will be our main title. Okay, so I'll go to basic over here. I'll go to titles over here and change the font size over here to 70. There you go, 70 looks perfect. This will be at the center. Okay, so this is going to be the title. Now this is a preset, so everything here, you do not need to rename everything depending on the company name or everything else. Okay. So this is a company page owner / creator name, or this will be the title over here. Let's go ahead and add something more else. Okay. You can have inspiration from all of these things, as you can see. This one here as well. You have that kind of effect as well. You can also add stickers as well if you want. So let's go for effects and see what kind of effects we have. So we have filters. We do not want filters. We have audio effects, blue effects. As you can see, stylizer, different kinds of effects over here. Let's go for filter, like video effects, and see what we have. Let's just wait for it to get downloaded. And let's try to give this filter right over here, but it's not going to happen like that. So let's give it like over here. There you go. Glitch. Now if I were to like play it, let's see that happens, but it comes up on top of that. So what you can do is click on both of this, right click on this and create a compound clip. Okay, there you go. Once you have created a compound clip, now if I were to play it, yeah, as you can see, this title over here, or the title text over here, There you go. As you can see, this is the compound clip, right? It's the compound clip, trippy glitch, and this one. So I can go to main timeline over here, and I can go to compound clip over here. Okay. So you can edit what's inside the compound clip as well. So this is our effects over here. Now let's go back to main title. As you can see there, we have that effect over there. Now let's go ahead and change the text of our title. Okay, as we're creating, you can also double click on them as well. So let's go ahead and change our title font. So Arial rounded, empty bold. This one looks very good. So I'm going to go ahead and use this one. Let's see what kind of filters we have. Now this filter here looks cool. This also looks cool here. So we're going to go with that. Title over here. As you can see, this looks very good. Or you can also select this one as well. This one also looks very cool as well. So let's go back to our main page over here. And as you can see, it looks already better. Okay. Now, what I would want to do is I want to go to stock media over here. Now I would want to go and select, let's say, this green screen. Okay. I'm going to move this to upwards. I'm going to select the green screen, this one as well. I want to move this upwards, and I want to select this green screen over here. Place it over here. Now I can go ahead and rename this green screen over here. This one over here that we have, let me go ahead and disable all of these things. The titles, as you can see over here, you have the rename option. So rename it to add video or add background video here. Okay, there you go. This will be our background video. I'm going to go ahead and disable that one for now. Zoom in here so we can see what we're working on. Okay. So now if we were to play it from beginning, title over there, wait. So we enable this. So add title over there, and remove the rectangle over here. Right track, there you go. Company name, creator name, page. Now the compound clip over here, I would want to add a transition effect to it. Transition over here. Dissolve, we have fade. Let's go for fade. And as it's like a 2.5 seconds, let's give this fade for, let's say, 0.5. Okay. So it's 0 over here. Apply. There you go. It's half the size. Now if I go to play it, as you can see, it came up like that. Now this compound clip over here, you can also add, double click on it. You can also add the effect on this title over here if you want to. Okay, that also works. But I'm just going to go ahead and create it so that the filter, so that it also affects our filter as well. And as you can see, that happens over there, the fade. Over here. Now, if you do not want this fade to be popping up on this one, then you can do another thing is delete that, go to compound clip over here and add that effect over here, the fade effect over here on this title. Then go ahead and let's just first play it and see how it looks like. As you can see, it doesn't even come up. Title, there you go. Now, if I were to go back to our timeline, main timeline, and play it from the beginning, let's see how it looks like. As you can see, it doesn't work that way. So I'm going to go back to our timeline over here, select this fade, select it to 0 seconds again. Second, half a second, there you go, that's done. I'm going back to our main timeline. Let me go ahead and play it. And if you don't want that fade to work on this one, you can also add it over here. And add this text over here on top so that it does not affect that one. So there you go. That fade worked on there as well. I'll also add a fade effect to this one as well. So I'm going to also add a fade effect to this one, add it to 0 seconds. There you go, apply, and then play it again. There you go. You have the title, you have that one. Now let's try to add a media to this one. So stock media and stock media. Let's go for cherry blossom custom. Let's just add it over there. I'll just fast forward to when it gets downloaded. Now, once it's downloaded, I'm just going to go zoom out and first move this right over here. Delete this gap. Delete all of this gap over here. There you go. Delete this one as well and move this cherry blossom over here. Then I'm going to go ahead and rename this. Add video background here. Okay. If I were to play it, as you can see, the title is over there. Now this fade effect over here, or this fade effect over here, is affecting everything, right? So yeah, affecting everything over here to this transition, because this transition is not there. You need to have a fade effect, not a fade transition. So I'm going to go ahead and delete our transitions and add an effect, a fade effect to it. So how do you add the fade effect to it? So basic over here, you have, let me just go for fade. You have radial blur, you have mercury fade, you have shadow A. Fading memory over here, but we do not need that. What we need is, but first let me go ahead, go to this, go to titles, change this one's text style. There you go. That looks perfect. Also have it like that. I can something like that. I can also have it like this, but yellow seems to work better for this kind of background. So we'll go ahead and do this, because anyone will be using this template, they will be able to edit them themselves, right? If you were to like publish this. So this will be over here. We do not need this. So we'll just use this rectangle again, just to have a view of it. There you go. So now what more can you add? Let's go for stickers. It depends on what kind of titles you have. So like, for example, if I were to go to titles, as you can see, it's very much simple, very much straightforward. Nothing is too much fancy other than this one, the glitch tile. If you were to say this, as you can see, this is just a glitch tile over here. If I were to, like, let's say play it, like put this over here, and if I were to play this, this is just a glitch tile. It doesn't have any special effect to it. So this one, we want everything to have an effect to it, right? So let's go ahead, go for a fade, an effect over here, or a transition over here. Let's go for a fade. I can just drag it, drop it on top of anything, but I do not want anything to affect anything else. So I can go for animation over here and fade in over here on top. Here we go. There's the fade in over there. So I can go ahead and play it now. As you can see, that faded in, right? So I'm going to do the same thing for all videos over here. So I'll say select that, select the fade in over here. I can go ahead and select this, select both of this, or select this, add a fade in over here. There you go. Select this one as well, but there's no fade in for this, but that's okay. So going back to our main timeline, we can also give this one, go to animation, give a fade in to this one as well. Let's select this, give a fade out to this one over here. There you go. There you go. There you go on this one over here as well. Now I'm just going to go ahead, select this, select both of this, and move them together while multiple selecting them. You can multiple select them by holding down Shift and then just drag them like this. This one as well, I'll just drag them like that. There you go. Now, if I were to play it with our video over here, with our fading in, as you see, everything faded in and everything will fade out. Now you can give transitions at the end over here as an intro as well. So that's basically it for how you can go ahead and create a template of, let me render it first. Now this one, disable it. Now I'm going to go to right click, first go to titles over here, go to mine, go to custom over here. You need to stay on this page, then right click, go to advanced edit. Okay. You can add the thumbnail here as well. You can save it if you want to, like that. But we do not need any kind of thumbnail. Don't save. Go ahead and delete my thumbnail. Now I'm going to select everything, right click, go to advanced edit, or just one click, go to advanced edit over here. There you go. Now we have our advanced edit, title, everything we have is over here, title over here. Then I'm just going to save as custom, add the name, last project 1 template. There you go. Okay. Bye. There you go. Class project 1 template. Now if I were to delete everything over here, go to drag and drop it, as you can see. We now have our template over here ready for us to edit. Let's just keep it at like, just undo. Then if I were to play it now. So what's happening here? Where's the title? Where's everything else? Okay, so let me go ahead and click on this. As you can see, where's the title? Where's everything else? Because this is only the text for the titles. Nothing else from the background will come up. So how can you create an intro? So you need to go to templates over here. Not under titles over here, but templates over here. So I'm going to undo everything. We'll have everything here. Go to templates over here. Now this is an intro class project. So you need to keep in mind that this will not work here. This will not work as a title intro because you only need text as title intros. Because if you were to look at the other title intros over here, you rarely have any kind of backgrounds, okay? You rarely have any kind of backgrounds except for a few like this. So if I were to drag and drop this one and edit this, let's go to advanced edit. As you can see, the video has been placed right here. So you need to add the video at the end. Okay. So now, let's say if I were to select all of this, go to advanced edit. Let's go to advanced edit. Underneath videos, we need to import videos over here, right? So one thing you can do is to, let's say, copy this by pressing Ctrl C and going to advanced edit over here. You can press Ctrl V over here, but that won't work, right? Because as you can see, the title is not being selected here, but this is being selected here. So you need to have this one, right click on it. And as you can see, you cannot edit them. So if I were to select all of them, compound them together, then right click on it, then go to advanced edit, which as you can see, there is no advanced edit over here. So you cannot have that advanced edit over there. So I'm just going to go ahead, go to templates over here, go to mine over here, go to custom over here, and then select all of this and create as a custom template. And there you go. Now I can right click on this and we name this as a custom or class project 1 intro template. There you go, pressing enter. Now, as you can see, that's finished. Now if I were to delete everything and if I were to place this right over here, there you go. Everything is now being created as a template, as you can see. This is the template that we are looking for. So let's go to templates. Let's drag and drop it right over here. As you can see, we have now our templates over here. Template over here. Now, there's also another way that you can also make this into a single file. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that. But before deleting that, I need to save this. First, go into templates over here. Right click on this, create a compound clip. Okay. So class project 1 intro template. Okay, saving that it as that. Now once that is done, I'm going to go to template and delete this. Once that is deleted, now I'm going to select this and save as custom template. There you go. If we were to delete this and place this here, there you go. Now we have this template ready here. If we were to play this, as you can see, the title and everything is there. Now, in order to edit this template, just left click on it. And this will pop out, and then you can go ahead and edit this template as you want. Now, if you were to left click on this one as well, then you have all the options over here. So this one is compound clip 1, and all the others. So main timeline is over here, as you can see. You can so renaming everything is a must, or else you will lose where you have set things up. Then compound clip 1, These are all same compound clips. If you were to double click on it, if you were to double click on this one, then you'll be seeing that one as well. So that's basically it on how you can go ahead, create a custom template and save it as a custom template and then rename it as well. There you go. That's it for this class project, and I'll be seeing you in the next one. And welcome to Filmora Basic for Beginners, and this is class project 2. So in this class project, it is about creating a motivational workout video for social media. The students need to follow these steps in order to create this project. So in Filmora, first, the students need to create a new project. Then they need to add a custom intro or a template from, or they can use and customize a template from the Filmora stock. Then import appropriate media, then to add a split screen or multiple split screens and add media to all the split screens. Then the students need to organize everything and add transitions, filters, and effects if needed and where needed and when needed. Then the students need to add quotes to their video as it's a motivational workout video. Add narration to the video text and use either text to speech by AI or record their own videos. Then add music to the video, but keep the volume down enough for the audio of the text to be heard clearly. Then the students need to add an outro and then to export the video. The outcome of this project will be able to force the students to practice what has already been taught. Afterwards, they will be able to create motivational quotation videos. So let's go ahead and get started with our class project. So here I have opened up a new project and I've already done some work beforehand, and I'll just show you what I have done. So I have first put some box over here. As you can see, this is a box, a rectangle box or an animation, or you can go to templates over here. Go to templates over here and search for workout and you'll find a workout template. So I imported a template over here. So let me go ahead and search the template, workout. There you go. The duration is 0 to 15 seconds. Or you can see the downloaded ones over here. As you can see, sports vlog show. So I basically use this template. If I were to play this, I see this is the one that I imported in. I'll just go ahead and delete this. And then I expanded it so you can see all of this here. Then underneath the media here, the media files which I have imported into Filmora, I've used them instead of the videos of that template. Then underneath the text, I have edited the transitions of the text so that it looks a bit like this. And then I edited the text of these templates, and thus you have all of this here. And then I added a split screen. Going to templates over here, going to split screens over here. I use this split screen over here. Split screen 5. Let me go forward to the split screen. As you can see, split screen 5. Then I right click on it, went to advanced edit and added 3 videos from my imported videos and trimmed them up until 12 seconds. As you can see, up until 12 seconds over here in the total timeline for this advanced edit. And then I clicked on apply, and thus I have made this. Now it's time to add some music in. So I'm going to go to audio, going to music over here. Then I'm going to go for motivations music over here. And as you can see, there's a music which I've already downloaded. I'm going to go ahead and import that over here. And then I'm going to expand it so that I can see it. I'll keep the music as it is right now because we'll be adding more to our entire video. So I'm going to zoom in on our first part over here and play it and see how the music fits in. As you see, the music here looks really cool, really great. It fits perfectly with our entire video. Now we will be going ahead and adding text in. Okay. So before text in, I'm going to go ahead and use some graphics or rectangles, and I'm going to add some rectangles. Okay. So I'm going to add a rectangle over here. There you go. I'm going to just trim it up and so that it fits each and every. There you go. So I'm going to make it place right over there. Copy it C Control V, copy this rectangle over here, delete this file over here. There you go. I'm going to undo. So I'm going to copy this rectangle, paste it over here, and paste it over here as well. Then I'm going to just move them side by side. I'll just put them right over here on top of each other. There you go. To zoom in over here, then I'm going to go ahead and increase rectangles so that they match our entire 12-second clip over here. So now these rectangles, which I've copied, we'll select each and every one and move them up like this. Then I'm going to rescale them down a bit like this. There you go. To place them right at the middle like this. Okay, I can delete this. I can delete this one as well. So I can go ahead, copy this rectangle again. Paste another one here, paste another one there. And then move them towards the left side. There you go. I'm just going to move them and recenter them towards our artwork here. And once I'm selecting all of them, I'm going to lower down the opacity. Let's say lower down each and every single one of their opacity. So I'll just select one, select control, and select this, and select control to select all of them. And I'm going to reduce down the opacity to, let's say, 20%. Yeah, as you can see, it has wonderful effect over here. And I go to play it. As you can see, the rectangles are already over there, but I need to match them so that they have the effect of this one. Okay, right? So this effect, this transition, is the flash transition. So I want to add the flash transition to them. I'm going to go for the flash transition and add all of them here. There you go. If I were to play it, as you can see, all of them flashed in. But it's like too much. So I'm going to go ahead and delete them and keep them as it is. And I'm going to give a fast swap right transition to this. Now, if I were to play it, as you can see, they swiped in. Now I'll just go ahead, click on them, and add 1 second delay to this instead of 2. There you go. So 1 second delay to all of them. Now if I were to play it, you can see these came up perfectly. Or if you want to have like custom animation for them coming in, so I can do another thing is, instead of having this animations here, I could do another thing. But before that, I would want to add some text and quotes in here, right? So I'm going to go to text tool over here. I'm going to add a quick text over here. There you go. I'm going to put that text over here, put this rectangle over here, also add another text. So this one, then I'm going to move this upwards, this one over here, and add another text. Put this over here. There you go. Select this, control, and then I'm going to select this right over here. There you go. Then I'm going to compound them together. Create compound clip. There you go. I'm going to undo. Now I'm going to go ahead and right click on it, go to create compound clip, and change this to, let's say, quote 1. Okay. So quote 1, there you go. Okay. Now I can see quote 1 over here, as you can see. I'll select this and this. I'm going to compound this 2 together. This will be quote 2. Okay. I'm going to select this 2 over here, and I'm going to go ahead, create compound clip, create quote 3. Okay, there you go. So I have quote 1, quote 2, and quote 3. But I'm going to go and animate them manually. But before that, let me go ahead and render everything. And once that is done, I'm going to go to quote 1, double click on it, and then I have this text over here, as you can see. So I'm going to go and move the text right at the middle over here, increase the scale a bit, but I'll just keep it like that. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit the text. Now, do quote here, like whatever quote that you want. So let's say it's 4. So let's go back first. Let's go back to our main theme and let's watch our video. So let's try to set a quote. So this quote, I want this quote. Like if we were to double click on it, as you can see, this text is over here. Text is over here. I'll go back to our main theme over here. So before that, I'm going to undo everything. You need to move the text accordingly. So this text, double click. I want to move it right over here at the center. There you go. This text, I want to move it. This text over here, I want to move it right at the center over here. There you go. So I'll disable this view over here first and select this text and move it right over here at the center. Then we enable this and then move the text accordingly. So underneath the titles over here, we have the position over here, right? So I can move it accordingly so that I can change the position towards wherever I want it to. I will double click on it, then I'll just move it accordingly. Or I can just edit it like that. I'll just keep it at the center, like wherever it is right now. Then for this text over here, I'm going to move this text right in the center over here. There you go. Now this text, I'm not being able to move it because I'm holding it, so I'm going to go ahead and center it, align like that. Then I'm going to move it back over here. No. There you go. Now I'm going to compound them together. So I'm going to create compound. So Q1, just shorten it up, quote 1, this 2 together, compounds Q2 for quote 2, okay? And for this 2 together, create compound clip Q3 or quote 3, okay? It's just to make things organized so that I can go ahead and edit them later on. So as you can see, Q1, Q2, Q3 is here. So let's go for quote 1 now. Okay, so let's go for quote 1. Now it's time for us to edit the text, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and double click on Q1 over here, okay? Now the text is over here, the Q1 text is over here. As you can see, this is the rectangle for this one, but we want this rectangle to be that one. So we're going to go ahead and redo our rectangles, okay? So this rectangle, as you can see, this is for this one, this text is for this one. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this rectangle and place it right over here. This rectangle is for quote 3. This one is for quote 1, so we're going to go ahead and remove it like that. Then again, we're going to compound clip or alter G. You can press alter G to create compound clips. So I'm going to use alter G now. And then Q2 for this one. There you go. Then use alter G for this one and Q3 for this one. And press OK. Now everything is organized, neat and clean. Now I'm going to go ahead and double click on this. And then as you can see, we have our text over here. So now we will be able to edit our text and our quotes. So let's just, for simplicity, let's just go ahead and write like simple quotes. So working out builds character. Now I'm going to select all of them. For titles over here, I'm going to select all of them and go and make sure that it is bold. Okay, it's bold. Go for titles under here and change it to, let's say, impact. Impact is good for quotation type videos or quotations. So going back to titles again, we do not need bold anymore because we're using impact. Working out this character. There you go. We'll keep that as it is. Okay. But you can also animate this. And what I mean by animate, I'll just show you. So clicking on them together, I can group them up together. So now they're grouped up together. So I do not need to animate them. But I'll press Ctrl-Shift-G again to ungroup them, or Ctrl-Z to undo to ungroup them. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is first I'm going to select this, go to transform over here, go towards the beginning first. I want to keep this at the middle. So we have it for 12 seconds, right? We have this for 12 seconds, but we do not need the entirety of the 12 seconds. Okay. So if I were to go back to our main timeline over here, as you can see, working out this character. We want to make sure that as it's 12 seconds, we divide it by 3. So this one needs to be 4 seconds long, okay? So I'm going to keep this as it is for 4 seconds long, but this one, I need to deduct 4 seconds from it. So it will be 8 for this one. There you go. Then I'm going to place it like that. There you go. This one I need to remove 8 seconds. So it will be for this only for 4 seconds only. And I'll place it right over here. So once I play it, as you will see, once I play it, this one will first come up for 4 seconds. Then this one will then come up. Then this one will then come up. Okay. Now it's time for us to edit this. So then I'm going to go ahead and select this, but before that, I'm going to go ahead and select this one, go to transform over here. But I need to only have this be animated or placed for 4 seconds only. So I'm going to have to split it in order to edit it perfectly. So first 4 seconds, I'll go back and explain it to you. So this is 4 seconds over here, okay? Then this is 4 seconds, then this is 4 seconds. So the first 4 seconds, I need to cut it. So what I'm going to do is cut, you can also cut it over here if you want to, okay? So as you can see, we're exactly at 10 seconds. I can cut it over here and then edit this one only because we do not need to edit this one and we can only edit the last part where you can animate it outwards, okay? So what I'm going to do here is I am going to double click on this and now this is 4 seconds, okay? Now what I would want to do is have an animation to it. So I'm going to go ahead and select transform over here and change the position for it to be on the left side. That's 400. Let's keep it at like minus 1000 for now, or minus 500 or minus 600 for now. There you go. Now at the middle, which will be around, this is like 12 seconds. Okay, this is 12 seconds long. I want to make it at 4 seconds, so it will be at the middle point. It will be at 2 seconds, right? At 2 seconds, there you go. 2 seconds, I'm going to place it at 0 again. There you go. Now, if I were to play it from the beginning, as you see, it comes in like that. But I want to make it much more faster, so I'll just move this one to, let's say, 1 second. There you go. And if we were to play it, let's see, this moves in very fast. So now exactly on this, I'm going to go ahead and edit the position for this one as well, this rectangle as well. So I'm going to place it like right below at, let's say, minus 1100. There you go. Then selecting this pivot over here at 1 second, I will select it back to 0. There you go. Now if I were to play it, I forgot to put the key stamp over here. So I'm going to go ahead and place our keyframe over here. So it's minus 1100. There you go. Then at 1 second mark, it's going to come up to 0 again. There you go. I'll just play it and see if that comes up. We have done our editing for this one now. Now I'm just going to go ahead and play it so that you can see how it looks like. Now let's add some audio in for quotation 1. Then we'll continue on to do the quotation 2 and quotation 3. Let's just complete 1 segment first, then go towards our second segment. So for the audio, for the text over here, I'm going to go ahead and double click on it. Okay, we can also add the audio over here. Now selecting this file over here, you have the text to speech. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and click that. You have a young, like intense. You have young, pleasant. You have old, calm. So I'm going to go ahead and play this.
Wondershare, creativity simplified.
Let's see, this is the one. So I'll go ahead and auto match this and press OK. It's going to generate it. It's going to download it. There you go. Now it has been downloaded. Now let's go ahead and play it and see how it is like.
Working out builds character.
As you can see, that's there. Now I'll just increase the volume a bit so that you can hear it loud and clear.
Working out builds character.
There you go. Now that's done. Now let's go back to our main timeline over here and see how it sounds like.
Working out builds character.
Now this audio over here is too loud, so I'm going to go ahead and reduce down the volume to, let's say, -2 dB. There you go. So now let's play and see if we can hear that one loud and clear.
Working out builds character.
There you go. Now we're done with Q1. Now let's go for Q2 over here again. But before that, I would just want to place this over here. This is a right over here. 40 seconds, select this and have a cut to this one as well. There you go. And I'll replace that one again back there, over here. Now this one I'll edit and also use the audio as well. Before that, I want to see what's the animation like for our middle video here, the intro animation. So it comes up from middle to up, so I can have like different kinds of animations to it. So I'm going to go ahead and edit it now. Okay, I'm going to go ahead, go to animation over here. You can vortex in, zoom out, but I don't want that. I want to have an animation to this one. So I can give a zoom in animation to it. There you go. So let's go ahead and play it and see. Let me keep it there and keep this one at the middle over here. The zooming in process is too long over here, so it's like 12 seconds over here, but I need with the first 4 seconds, I need to put it at like 1 second over here. So I'm going to go ahead and place this at 1 second mark. I'll just zoom in so that it's much more easier to see and put it at 1 second. There you go. That's done. Now let's go ahead and play it and see. That came up nice. Now for this one as well, I'm going to create zoom in. There you go. This one as well, I'm going to get zoom in. That's done. Now let's go back to our main timeline and play and see.
Working out builds character.
Here you go. Now the text over here, I would want to remove the animation and give it a zoom out instead of a zoom in. There you go. It's going to be zoom out. So here is zoom out. No, I do not want the zoom out there, so I'm going to undo it, go back, and give a zoom in instead of a zoom out. Or I can have the animation to it as well. So let me go ahead and delete it and I have the custom animation to it. So this text over here, I want it to go to basic over here, go to transform over here, or here, there you go, we got the transform. Now I'm going to scale it up. So it's 11.69. So let's keep it at 12 scale. There you go. Now let's edit the text. There you go. Now I'm going to go ahead and change it to impact. There you go. Now we have that. I'm going to place it right at the middle over here. Now I'm going to also select it, format to text to speech. And press OK. Now we have that done there.
Working out builds the mind.
There you go. We have that there present as well. So now for the custom animation, I'm going to go ahead and select this, go for the keyframe for the scale over here. So I want the scale to be, let's say this big. So it was 12, right? So let's keep it at 30. There you go. And then at 1 second mark, let me go to the 1 second mark over here. I would want to make it to 12. There you go. Working out builds the mind. That's zooming out to in, and this one will be zooming in to out, okay, for the rectangle. So scale for this one. We have the position, we have everything, we have type, we have drop shadow, not that one. Let's go for transform over here. As you can see, we will rotate the scale over here. So let's go ahead and change the scale, put both of this in. It's 28.58% and 85.35%. It's better to write it down. So I'm going to give a uniform to that. So there you go. It's like that. There, and I'll go back over here to 1 second mark and place this one over here by clicking on this and this both. Now once that is done, I'll just
Working out builds the mind.
and that scale is over there. And I'll go ahead, select this rectangle, select this frame over here, and place this right over there. So now let's go ahead and play it.
Working out builds the mind.
There you go. Now we have this one created and done. Now let's go back to our main timeline and let's play it and see how it looks like. Okay.
Working out builds character. Working out builds the mind.
There you go. Now let's go to Q3 and edit it. Okay. So let's go back over here, Q3. Now let's go ahead and edit this one. Allow it to zoom in. Then the text over here, let me go ahead and first change our text font to impact again. There you go, it's impact. And then I'm going to go ahead and retype what we want here. Let's just keep it simple. There you go, working out clears the mind. Going to place it there. Now let's go back and see what's the animation for our third video, okay? So it comes in from the right side. So we'll do the same thing, but this time that will all drop from the top, okay? So this rectangle will drop from the top. So I'll select the rectangle. There you go, selecting it. Then underneath transform over here, we have the position, okay? So the Y, we want it to be not there, sorry. We want it to be at 1100 on top. While selecting this one, 1100 on the top, and then after 1 second, it will be at 0. Then it will be at 0. There you go. And for the text, it will move from the right to the left. Okay. So I'll select the text, go towards the front, selecting this position for the X will be, let's say 600 towards the right. And then after 1 second, and it's going to come back to 0. There you go. Now let's play it and see. Let's see working out PSMI. Now I'm going to transform this into this voice as well. And see that is done. Now we're done with all of our text over here, all of our graphics over here. So let's go ahead.
Working out builds character. Working out builds the mind. Working out clears the mind.
There you go. Now we have done a very good thing over here, a very good quotations of 3 quotations here. You can give much more complex quotations, so you can set the theme to whatever you want and create unique quotation videos like that. Now let's go ahead and add some transitions in, towards the end over here, okay? So I'm going to add some transitions in towards the end. So we're going to go to transitions here. I'm going to give just like the fade transition to all of this files over here. There you go. Fade transitions, all of these files over here. That's done. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add some files over here, some text over here. And I'm going to lower down the opacity so that it transitions into them later on. But now we want to create an outro. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to templates. I'm just going to go to templates over here and select an outro. And see what kind of outros we have that we can use, okay? So you have thank you for watching, subscribe. Not that. You have cinematic outro as well. Thanks for watching. We want thanks for listening. So you have cinematic outro like this as well. You're gonna run this. We do not want that one as well. We could use this one, so I'm going to go ahead and drag this one over here. Now, in order for our audio, which is over here, not to get split by that, I'm going to go ahead and right click on this, go to, or left click on this. Let me zoom in again. Click to replace material and then expand my template over here. Then we'll have this. I'm going to go ahead and delete this and have our audio expanded right over here. There you go. Then underneath audio over here, audio transitions, or underneath audio transitions over here, I'm going to give the logarithmic fade over here. There you go. And then we have this one over here, which is the video effect. We have this text over here, follow for more. So follow for more. There you go. I'm going to go ahead and edit that. And thanks for watching. And then you have the movie name over there, right? Thanks for watching. Then you have movie name. So titles here, your movie name over here. So here, I'm just going to write in, let's say, words of self-improvement. Improvement. There you go. So here we have this one. So quotes of self-improvement. There you go. Then I'm going to just lower down this one. There you go. Now we are done. Okay. Just going to place this right over there and decrease this a bit and place this right over here at the center. There you go. Now that's done. Now let's go ahead. I'm just going to move this right over here, move this right over here, move this right over here. There you go. Now let's go ahead and play it and see how it looks like here at the end. There you go. That's done. Now let me go ahead and render all of this and we'll be done with our class project 2. There you go. Now, as it's a quotation video, I'm just going to go ahead and do one thing more, which is add a text. The beginning, quick text. There you go. Now this is going to be right over here. Now this text over here, I'm going to go ahead and edit it. I do not want the text over here. What I want is an audio. So I'm going to use audio, use text to speech and just keep the audio here. So what I'm going to type here is follow just, like as we gave only just 3, follow just these 3 advices or advice for working out, or listen to this 3 listen to these 3 statements if you want to work out and improve. There you go. Now we have that. Now I'm just going to go ahead and add text to speech and okay. It's uploading, it's transcripting. There you go. Now we have this audio in. I'm just going to delete that. Now I'm going to play it.
Listen to these 3 statements if you want to work out and improve. Working out builds character. Working out builds the mind. Working out clears the mind.
Now we will add another text for the outro, an audio, text to audio. So I'm just going to write Thanks for watching. It's a very short thing that you can upload, let's say on Instagram or Facebook story or any social media. Thanks for watching. Follow for more. I'll keep you updated. There you go. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to also transcribe this to text to speech. Okay. It's scanning that. Then it's uploading it. Then it's transcribing it. Then it's downloading it, and we have it right now. Right here. I'm going to go ahead and delete that and move it right, let's say, right over here. And let's play it. But before that, let me go ahead and render it. Now let's play and see how it looks, sounds like.
Thanks for watching. Follow for more. I'll keep you updated.
There you go. Now everything here looks fine. You have a very good working video. Now, as everything is done, in order to export, you can go to File here. You can go to Save Project or Save Project As. You can save project as your project file over here, or you can export from the top right over here. So once you click on export here, you will have the all options over here, as you can see. So you can edit thumbnail over here, and you can go ahead, and I'll just put this thumbnail here. Edit, done. That thumbnail is going to load up there. Okay, then save. I'm going to save it like that. Then you can change your name here. You can change to whichever file that you want. I'm just going to go to desktop over here and go to Filmora over here and save it here. And preset, match to project settings. You can also like just have your custom preset here, but I'm just going to match to project settings so that the format and the quality and the resolution and the frame rate matches with my project over here. Then you can also back up to cloud. You can also add auto highlight. So check the box to generate an additional highlight video. I do not want that. I'll just remove that and enable GPU accelerated video encoding. Now, enabling this will help your hardware's GPU, if you have a GPU, to help in rendering this and then exporting this. Then you can go ahead and click on export, and it's going to export. Now, if you have the free version, you will have the watermark if you want to export using any kind of paid elements. But if you have the purchased version for Filmora, then you can remove the watermark. So you can export with watermark, or if you want to remove, you can use purchase. For now, I'm just going to use export with watermark. And it's encoding and it's exporting it now. Then you can do when like shut down computer, do nothing. It's going to give a sound reminder. There you went, you heard the sound. And then you can now share it, open cloud storage and get cloud storage for free. You can share it to your cloud storage as well. And then you can open the folder here to open the folder for your video file over here. As you can see, this is the thumbnail, this is the video, and this is the previously downloaded video that I had. So that's basically it for class project number 2. And that's basically it for all the lessons and the course here. And I hope that every one of my classes were educational for you. Thank you very much and goodbye.